Where's camera one? Assalamualaikum and a very warm greetings I bid to each and every one of you watching this live stream today. Ladies and gentlemen, participants and viewers, welcome to the Shah International Techno Drama Competition 2025, brought to you proudly by Sekolah Sultan Shah in collaboration with Multimedia University. You know, today marks something truly exciting, a platform where technology, creativity, and performing arts forge together to give our young people a voice that reaches the world. Before that, I am Syed Shazril, and I will be your host for today's exciting event. This year's theme, Voice of the Future, invites students to step up, speak out, and share their ideas and stories in a bold and creative ways. All of this through the art of online drama. For your information, this competition isn't just about drama. It's the act of using digital storytelling in order to inspire and connect with our audience. And most importantly, this competition is completely free and fully online, which gives all participants equal chance to shine. Before we dive into all the exciting details, I would like to invite Miss Nadia Binti Idris, who will guide us through the rules and regulation in this competition. Over to you, Miss Nadia. There you go.
Thank you so very much, Said. Ladies and gentlemen, participants, teachers, everyone out there. I am Nadria binti Idris from Sekolah Sultan Alam Shah. It is my honor today to talk to you about Alam Shah International Techno Drama Competition 2025. Before I begin, let us look at the timeline of our competition for a while. The rules and regulations of our competition will come in after this. Ladies and gentlemen, Alam Shah International Competition 2025 works on the eligibility criteria whereby it is open to all the secondary school students, The age limit is 17 years. Each team must consist of 6 participants. And don't forget your teacher as well as the who is going to be your chaperone as well in this competition. Next, for each and every participating team, it is very, very important for you to be able to observe to the team as well as the technical information. Here, what it is. Ladies and gentlemen, the team is voices of the future. Here, participants, teams, and groups participating in this competition. You are to represent to us, show us, you as the teenagers, participants of the competition, to voice out whatever that you have in your heart, among you, within your background, to shape our future. Within 8 minutes of this techno drama competition, including your credits, time penalty, unfortunately, will apply when you exceed the allocated time. Other languages must come with subtitle in your video competition over there. English is the main and medium of this competition. For the format, we are asking each and every participant to have 16 in ratio to 9 as a landscape format. File type is supposed to be MOV or MP4 only. And don't forget your video codec, H264. Next, this competition comes in a format of a short techno drama. When we are referring to the techno drama format, you are to be able to incorporate multimedia elements where audio, visual, interactive visuals work as the multimedia elements over here. AR, VR, holograms, robotics, other innovations serve as the technological elements of this competition. But not to forget, as the techno drama competition, we are looking at each and every narrative and performance whereby drama should be the base here. Meaningful message that you are about to incorporate into your drama is going to be one of the elements as well. Ladies and gentlemen, participants of the competition, with this video competition, you are also to produce a poster. The poster in this competition is made compulsory for each and every group. And with your submission, the digital poster must have these requirements. Don't forget to have a portrait-oriented. The language, as I said earlier, is English. With your posters, you should include your country of origin, your school name, and don't forget the badge. Name of all group members and supervising teacher is also a must in your digital poster over here. Don't forget the title of your video. And posters must be uploaded together with your video in the Google form that is going to be given later. And don't forget the Instagram with the hashtag SAS Technodrama 2025. The deadline will be on the 10th of August 2025. So, a long way to go. Next, ladies and gentlemen, throughout your acting within your techno drama over here, we have already specified the dress code and content guidelines. You are to follow these. Participants must be dressed modestly and appropriately in accordance with your title as a school student. Performances must not contain all the following elements. No political messages, no sensitive racial, religious, or royalty content must be there. We are absolutely not accepting anything vulgar or offensive in terms of your language. Obviously, extreme violence is a very big no-no. As we are incorporating technology into your drama over here, all technology must be used in accordance with the safety regulations whereby it is supposed to be school appropriate and the most important, operable by the students. Therefore, professionals are not supposed to be here. Not to forget, ladies and gentlemen, participants, prohibited items and penalties are also going to be reminded here. You are going to be penalized if you have these items over here. The use of inflammable materials, high-powered lasers, or other hazardous elements obviously are going to be strictly prohibited. Teams that violate the rules or demonstrate unprofessional content may face the followings: point deductions, disqualification from the competition, and you might be prohibited from the future events. Next, as this is a competition, obviously you are going to be graded, you are going to be evaluated, and here are the assessment components. As this is a Techno drama, obviously we are looking at the creativity and innovation, which contributes the largest part of your marks. 30% of it will go to your creativity and innovation. So drama and technology is the main idea over here. The use of your technological elements will contribute 25%, whereby your acting and expression is not going to be overlooked. There will be 20% of marks. Your language and intonation contributes 15%. And last but not least, for all the efforts in your time management and your script organization that you have already poured your heart into it, 10% goes to it. So altogether, here you go, the 100% of the competition rubric. Ladies and gentlemen, with all the hard works, winners will take home all these prizes. The winning schools and teams will be awarded at the third place trophy, e-certificate, as well as 700 ringgit of money. At the second place, winners will be receiving trophy, e-certificate, 100 ringgit, as well as the first winner. You will be receiving a trophy, e-certificate, as well as 100 and 500 ringgit winning prize. Apart from these main awards, special awards will be given out in Best Tech Integration, Best Actor, Best Script, and the special MMU award. So, participants, don't wait any further. Let's win big. Today's session is going to be accompanied by the 3 other workshops. The 3 workshops that you are going to have afterwards are going to teach you, are going to lead you and guide you to the whole process of coming up with your video. Therefore, you'll be looking yourself at the pre-production, the production, as well as after you are done acting in your techno drama. At the pre-production level, you are going to learn to make your story come to life. You will learn about the 3-act structure and build an emotional arc for your story. We have only the best for you. While you learn how to produce your video, we have already lined up for you how to shoot like a pro with only your smartphone. You are going to be able to master camera angles and framing techniques, and we have only the professional to lead you and to guide you, to work with you during our second workshop. And last but not least, before you submit, in workshop number 3 today as well, you are going to experience the post-production, whereby you learn how to edit, how to get that cool effects and the sound work of your video. Here, at workshop number 3, you are going to discover how to enhance your video with the editing tools, visual effects, and the audio. And another Additional session, pro tips will be given to you just before you are to submit your whole video. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, as a head start of what is it to be expected during your upcoming workshops, we are very much proud to bring about all these renowned speakers. They are professionals. They are the best in their line. So this is your time to really get all the needed information, to really get yourself equipped with everything that you need before you submit your video competition. Ladies and gentlemen, I strongly believe you can't wait any further to have the workshop start. Now, let us get back to Syed. Syed? Back to you then. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Thank you so much, Miss Nadra, for that wonderful opening and for setting the tone for what promises to be an inspiring journey ahead. It is expected that each and everyone could abide by the rules that have been stated just now. Now, let us sit back and enjoy a screening of the previous winning entry of the International Techno Drama competition hosted before.
Is Mia being okay? Oh my god, Mia. Please be okay, Mia. Please, please, please. Stay alive for me, honey.
Ma'am, she's unstable now, and we need to get her to the ICU. She lost a lot of blood. I'll inform you when there are any news.
Am I there? Is this heaven? God? Hello? Hi? Do you know where I am?
Oh, don't worry about it. Just enjoy this wonderful place that you can.
Okay, but I...
Shh! No, but come on, I have something to show you.
Wait, I don't know who you are, but you look familiar. Do you know me?
Of course not. We just met. Come on, it's so fun. I've discovered tons of cool stuff like this place. Like this. Wow!
Wait,
I told you. This place is magical. Now, whatever you do, don't let go of my hand. Okay? Hey, Mia, look. It's nice.
I like. Wait, it's a dinosaur. Right.
You're so cute. When and let's switch for another.
Hey Sarah, can I try with you for something?
Oh, sure, why not? Be my guest.
Would normally kill us, but this much desire. Together we're winners. They say that we're out of control, and some say we're sinners. But don't let them ruin our beautiful rhythms. Fire on fire, would normally kill us, but this much desire. Together we're winners. They say that we're out of control, and some say we're sinners. But don't let them ruin our beautiful rhythms. 'Cause when you unfold me and tell
What's wrong? Why? It was given to me by my late father before he went to war. I lost it in the fire. I was so sad about it. My sister, she always helped to comfort me. What? Wait, I never got to know me. I think it's time to go. I'm sorry, but you don't belong here. This might be your last chance to go back to your home. What do you mean? You'll know the answers for all those questions. Just know that I will always love you.
Doctor, she's waking up! Get the team. She needs a lot of help.
My sister, but
Yeah?
Sarah is gone. She donated her heart to me. She died in the car crash while you were involved in. Sarah, I'm so sorry.
Do you know that's a patient in Ward 7-8 told me this very cringy joke. Do you want to know about it?
Oh, wait a minute. There's some information here. Oh my god, doctor. There's some two patient who is in critical condition who is on the way to the ICU. Please hurry up. Doctor, how's my daughters? Daughter, you have to save her. My daughter, her heart.
We'll try our best. Please calm down.
Ma'am, please wait outside for the notice.
Whatever it is, please just save my sister.
Nurse, please hand me this scalpel, please.
Okay, here, doctor. Doctor, her heartbeat is getting slower.
Why, Sarah? Why did you give a heart to me? It's okay, Dami. I love you.
Yeah, there's a rumbling in my tummy already. I can't wait.
Okay, go you.
The aroma of this purifying leaves plus the samba. I must try this out and compare to our Singapore nasi lemak. You guys must know that nasi lemak is come from Singapore.
No, my good sir. Nasi lemak is of Malaysian origin.
Yeah, nasi lemak is come from Singapore.
Hey, Sita! Nasi lemak come from Malaysia lah.
Yo, nasi lemak is Singapore lah.
Stop fighting! Calm down, guys.
हाँ तुमसे प्यार है कि तुमसे प्यार है
Sita! Sita!
Hayya.
Mak Butuh, then
Yeah, show us Warang.
I can show you the world.
A long, long time ago, in a remote Malay village, lived an aged mother and her beautiful young daughter.
Suri? Oh, Suri.
Yes, Mom.
I'm finally home now.
Welcome home.
I'm so tired today. What is that wonderful smell? Are you cooking something, Chad?
Yes, it is nasi lah, Mak. It is just rice.
This is not just rice. Is that sambal?
Well, we have leftover coconut milk just now, so I decided to put it in the rice. Do you like it, Mak?
What is this called again?
It is nasi lah, Mak.
Nasi lemak?
Yeah, nasi lah, Mak.
Nasi lemak?
In the past, there was also a culture anthropologist of Malay culture and cuisine that wrote a book entitled The Circumstances of Malay Life.
My name is Sir Richard Olaf Winstead. In 1902, I became a cadet in the Federated Malay State Civil Service and was posted to Perak where I studied Malay language and culture. In 1913, I was appointed district officer in Kuala Pilar and in 1916, appointed to the education department. I wrote this book titled The Circumstances of Malay Life. In it, I talk about the Malay culture and cuisine. Nasi lemak is one of the earliest cuisines of Malay origin.
Hiya, that was just legend, Ma. You got no proof, you got.
Let me change my clothes first. Malaysians have long made and served nasi lemak. It is our national dish. It is the dish that defines us Malaysian regardless our background. The poor, the rich, the Chinese, the Indians all have their rendition of nasi lemak. It is our comfort food. It is our moral booster.
Still, I don't believe that nasi lemak comes from Malaysia.
Hi Makoto!
Hi, Rashid.
I have a big mess today. So, I want a big packet of your nasi lemak to power me up.
Of course lah, can.
What's my secret to my super scoring kick? Well, Mak Kuntum nasi lemak of course. You just got to try her new crispy chicken rendang. More power!
Yeah, no wonder lah, your team got no power.
We Malaysians are proud of our country. One day, we will be
The world champion.
Freeze. Funny how the food that we Malaysians eat every morning is the food that can unite the country. This can be seen from all the people, Indian, Chinese, Malays, and even the Singaporean guy who came to food stalls to buy nasi lemak or rather sell the ingredients necessary for that dish. Onions. Is it not? Do you know where to get the best nasi lemak in Singapore?
Where?
The one you brought back from Malaysia lah. Oh.
Okay lah, I strongly believe that nasi lemak originally comes from Malaysia.
Hey guys, do you know that they even made a nasi lemak song?
Even viral. Yeah, nasi lemak song.
Careful you collab with today. It's Johannes from across the causeway. Sits tiny body nasi every day, and I know how she tastes when I coconut rice. Something like that, cook it well done. Somebody might make an egg wanna run. If you're not, you can order that makan. It's a nasi lemak party. Call it a pasta, cause a reunion. Ucup and Shah. And for once, let's celebrate and play it. If you eat nasi once, you eat nasi every time.
Guys, to conclude this short drama, we shouldn't be too quick at assuming and claiming set facts without legitimate proof. Appreciate and fight for our tradition, cuisine to be specific, even a small matter like nasi lemak from fading through the times. Together, we unite to make a better Malaysia.
Malaysia boleh!
With this creation, humans will be able to counter catastrophe events. That's all for today's product. See you later in the next episode of Techno.
Today marks the tragic event as the world most well-known tech multi-millionaire died in an accident last night. Millions of his admirers from around the world gather here at the city centre to pay their last respect to the man. However, the show will still be hosted by his brother, Danish.
Hello everyone, welcome to Tech. Sadly, Zainal's passed away last week. Hope he's doing well. Alright, back to the show. Here's an interview with a scientist who recently won a category in Science Nobel Prize.
I can't stand this anymore. The world is too cruel. There's so many hurry in our society. We need to move somewhere else. Morning. Have you had your breakfast today, Daniel?
Assalamualaikum. Oh, hey, it's all you white, little guy. Here's a present for you. So now go call your mother.
Hi. Tasha, here's the money for you. Thank you so much. Actually, how long are you going to be like this? Like forever? But this is not your problem. But you need to realize the world is very unfair for me, and it's proof that Zana died.
So sorry, Zana. I let you down. I held the boy down. I showed the boy the other side of the society for so long. I know. I must fake this. I must call Danish.
Hello?
Hello?
I have realized that I was the one who was wrong after all this while. I need you help me right now. Can you take me to Zainal's house?
See? It wasn't hard to turn the table around. I'll be there as quick as I can.
I'm sorry, Daniel. I was lying to you before this. We were not as catastrophic as what you think. I don't want you to be like your dad. Got it?
Mom! I got my PSR results! I got 6 A's!
That's great, Tila. But remember, this is only the beginning. You have a great future ahead. Go up and tell us.
Asif, look, I got 6 A's. Look, I got 6 A's.
Dear Diary, I got my PPSR results. And guess what? I got 6 A's. It's a miracle. Even the smartest girl in my class got 5 A's. I guess luck is on my side. That's all from me. Pens off.
Stop.
Why are you begging? Are you gonna leave me? Who's gonna pay with me?
No, I'm not gonna leave you forever, Asif. It's been 6 months here, and I think I've adapted well enough. My teachers like me. I have a best friend now, Rivka, and I miraculously received many, many awards. The finals are coming up, and I'm crossing my fingers on my result.
What a relief, Rivka! We finally finished our finals. Goodbye, hard days. Hello, holidays.
You're right, Lala. I can't wait for the year-end holidays. Anyways, I have to go to the teacher's office room. Bye-bye. See you later.
Bye.
When I was in the teacher's office, on Miss Haliza's desk, I saw your history paper. I guess she started marking our papers already.
And?
Lala, you got a D.
Dear Diary, I don't know what to do. It feels like my whole world is falling apart. Rivka told me I got a D for my history paper. She wouldn't lie to me, right? After all, she's my best friend. Should I tell Mom? She would be so disappointed. Why is this happening? I've done so well. Has my luck run out?
Hello?
Tina! Mom! She's... Calm down, Asif. Tell me what's really going on. Mom's on the bed. She's making weird noises. I'm scared, Tina. Alright, I'll ask the water if I can go home. Don't worry, Asif. I'm coming.
Daughter, you must do the ritual properly.
Of course. I've been doing this for years. I'm an expert by now.
Hey, Hadiza, have you heard of the new perfume I bought today? It was on sale. I couldn't believe it. It was 50%.
Oh, really? Do you have it?
It was on sale. I couldn't believe it. It was 50%.
Really? Do you have it?
So I'll take my leave, okay?
Okay, bye.
and that everyone has gotten a gist on how their story is going to look like. You know, it's very interesting how people can be so creative even when it means they are not given professional equipments. How can people be this creative, you may ask? To answer your question, I think it's time for us to dive into our very first workshop. Make the story come to life, where we learn how to craft a story using the powerful 3 act structure and build an emotional arc that really connects us with the audience. To guide us through this, we're honored to have with us someone whose storytelling has touched thousands of hearts and impressed judges around the world, Mr. Chan Teck Kwan. For your information, Mr. Chan is an award winning filmmaker whose short film, Setting Moon, won Jury's Choice and People's Choice Award at the Young Directors Challenge 2019. Not to forget, Silver Award New Director Lotus at AdFest 2021. His film, Setting Moon, has also been screened at renowned festivals like the Singapore International Film Festival, Cardiff International Film Festival, and many more, showing that good storytelling really does take you and travel far and wide. Who knows, maybe one day we all can become someone like Mr. Chan. So, to all our participants, get ready to learn from one of the best, Mr. Chan Teck Kwan. Mr. Chan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Said.
Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to your first workshop. As Said mentioned just now, today we'll be talking about the 3 act structure as well as the emotional arc for your story, right? Okay, so when you think of a story, you can kind of imagine it as riding a roller coaster, right? The structure of the track is the structure of the story. You know, sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. You know, you follow the emotion of the character, but the emotion of the character is the thrill itself, right? When people scream, when people gets excited while you're on a roller coaster, that is the emotion of your story. So technically, when you write a story, think of yourself riding a roller coaster. Okay. So the first is structure. Why do you think a story structure is important? Right. Um, First is every good story has a beginning, it has a middle, and it has an end. Right. Whether it's Spider-Man or Superman or even Kluang Man, they all follow the same pattern. Okay, every story has a beginning, a middle, and an end, right? And this pattern is what we call the 3 act structure. And while the events matter, it is the feelings, right? The feelings of your characters. It's either the courage that they feel, the fear, the hope, the sadness, the happiness that they feel that make the audience, which is us, care about the story. Okay. While we're going through the 3 act structure, I'll be using Spider-Man into the Spider-Verse as an example. Okay, so I hope most of you have already seen the film. All right, so we start with the Act One, which is the beginning. This is where we meet the character and their world. Okay, so first of all, in the beginning, right, in your Act One, you will meet the main character. This is where you see what their life is like. This is where the filmmakers introduce the film world to you. Okay, and then this is where also something weird and something important happen. Right, this is where we call it the inciting incident. Okay, something happened that starts the journey of the main character. Okay, and this is where the main character has to make a big choice and start their journey. And if we were to relate it back to Spider-Man, in the beginning, this is where we get to meet Miles, right? He's a regular teen, he's a little bit awkward, and he's figuring himself out, right? And then this is where he gets bitten by a spider and things start to feel a little bit off. And after that, he watches Peter Parker die while trying to stop Kingpin. And this is when he realizes that he is now the only Spider-Man in his world. Okay? Then he meets the other spider people from the other dimensions. And in the beginning, it introduces the world and the main character's struggles, okay, and it sets the tone of the entire story. So, what do you guys think is the tone of Spider-Man? Right, it's a little bit funny, it's quite fast-paced, and at the same time, it's a little bit emotional as well. Okay, and it also shows Miles' first taste of power and pressure, right? And the emotion of the first arc, the first act is confused, scared, and also in denial, right? Why is it confused? Because Miles is still trying to figure out his power, right? His newfound power, and he's also a little bit scared, right? Because he just saw Peter Parker die, right? And he's also in denial. He has trouble accepting the fact that he is now the only Spider-Man in his world, right? In his dimension. And Miles doesn't believe that he's ready yet, right? And this is where he starts his journey to becoming the Spider-Man of his world. Okay? So we move on to Act 2, which is the middle. This is where the problems happen and the character tries to fix things, but it gets a little bit harder. Okay? So in the second act, the character usually faces a lot of challenges, right? Things get very complicated. They may win some small battles, but they lose a lot of others bigger battles, right? There's usually a big moment in the middle where things flip or get real. Eventually, things get so bad it feels like everything is lost, right? So this is where we see the main character going through big problems, and it almost feels like the film is going to end there. It's going to be a sad ending because this is where things get really really bad. Okay, again, if you were to relate it back to Spider-Man, Miles trains very badly with Peter B. Parker. Peter B. Parker is basically a Spider-Man from a different dimension. Okay, he tries to train with him to become Spider-Man, but he finds out that he's not very good at it. And this is where he also meets Gwen, Penny, Spider-Ham, and Spider-Man Noir. They're all pros. They're all Spider-Man, very good Spider-Man from their own dimensions. And Miles feels like a fraud. He feels like, he's the weaker one here, right? Because technically he just started up as, taking up the role of Spider-Man, right? And in the second act, Miles also tries to stop Kingpin, but he cannot control his power. So this is where he starts to doubt himself, as a Spider-Man, as a superhero. Okay? And the other Spider people start to leave him behind, and they start to pursue their own goals, and Miles now feels alone, right? So as I mentioned just now, um, this is in the second act. Usually, the main character will go through all these big challenges that makes them it makes them doubt themselves, right? Okay, so in the second act, this is also the growth zone. This is where the main character learns something and grow from it. Okay, Miles is being tested emotionally and physically in the second act. He fails a lot, but failure teaches him what he needs, right? And the emotion of the second act of the film is basically insecurity. He feels heartbroken. He feels rejected. But then at the same time, he's determined. Okay, why insecure? This is where he feels that he is kind of like a fraud. He feels like he can't be a superhero. He can't protect his city anymore, right? As Spider-Man. Okay, and he feels heartbroken because of his friends leaving him. Okay, and he feels rejected as well because of that. But at the same time, that kind of drives him to become more determined, to train harder to be Spider-Man. Okay? And in the second act, this is where the lowest point of the story get, right? We see the main character down on the floor, right? This is the lowest point. Okay? Now we move on to the act 3, which is technically the end of the film. Okay? Everything leads to the final choice, battle or breakthrough in the final act. Okay, so the character faces their biggest challenge here. Okay, this is where the big battle happens. This is where he fight the big boss. Okay, they make a choice that shows how they have changed. All right, they either win, in bracket it could be a happy ending, or they could lose. It could be a sad or powerful ending. Right, and this is where the story wraps up, and we see the new version of them. So relating back to Spider-Man, Miles finally believes in himself, right? With support from his dad's words, he learns to use his powers. He designs his own suit. This is where he fully becomes Spider-Man, right? And he returns to fight Kingpin, and he helped the other Spider-Man go back to their own dimension, send them back home. Okay? He takes a leap of faith, which is an iconic scene in the film, both literally and emotionally in the film. Okay? He defeats Kingpin, saves the city, and proves that anyone can wear the mask. Anyone can be a superhero. Right? That's basically the moral of the story, right? So it pays off everything set up earlier in the Act 1, right? It shows the new version of the hero. He wears the new suit. He's the new version of Spider-Man. It's satisfying because we saw how hard it was for him to get there, right? While watching the film, you know, I mentioned just now, it's kind of like a roller coaster ride. You go up, you go down, right? So it's very satisfying in the end when you watch them, go from the lowest point to finally winning in the end, right? And the emotion of the story in the Act 3 is confidence, courage, peace, and joy. Confidence is when, Miles regains his confidence to become the new Superman, right? He's confident now in the end. Courage is, he fights Kingpin. He has the courage to finally face him. Peace and joy is when he defeats the big boss, which is Kingpin, and peace has been regained in the city, and joy follows, right? And Miles finally becomes Spider-Man, his own version of Spider-Man. Okay? Right. So now we move on to the emotional arcs of the story. Emotional arc is basically the story, it's not just what happens in the story, but it's also the emotion that the characters feel in the film. So it's how the main character grows on the inside. It's not the journey of the story, but it's more of the journey of the character that they feel inside. Usually they start with the problem of fear, and how they change into someone stronger or wiser in the film. Okay? So in the beginning, Miles thinks he's just a normal kid, he just moves to a new school, right? And he probably feels awkward. He feels he's out of place basically in the new school. He feels like he doesn't belong there. But by the end, he knows that he has what it takes to be Spider-Man. Okay? Moving on. So now we'll go into each point of the story and the emotion that the characters feel in each point of the story. All right. So in the beginning, how Miles feels is he feels unsure. He feels awkward. Right. This is where he moves to the new school and he feels out of place. He feels like he doesn't belong there. Right. So the story is about this awkward kid trying to be a superhero. And then next, this is where he gets bitten by a spider, right? And he gets his power. And initially, how he feels is he feels quite overwhelmed. He doesn't know how to control it. He doesn't know what to do with it. And he doesn't understand what's happening. Okay? And then we move on to the midpoint of the story, which is he feels lost. He feels ashamed. This is where he meets the other spider people, and he feels like he's comparing himself with all the other spider people, and that's what makes him feel ashamed, and he feels lost because of that, right? Because he feels like he's the weaker one here. Okay, so that's the midpoint of the story, and then he moves on to the rock bottom. This is where he lost everything. Okay, Uncle Aaron, which is Miles' uncle, his beloved uncle. That is where he gets the plot twist. Uncle Aaron turns out to be a villain, and that kind of makes him feel very, very lost. And at the same time, he lost him. He lost the uncle. The uncle dies, right, in the film. Sorry, spoiler alert, right? And he feels like a failure at the same time. Okay, so how Miles is feeling in this moment is he feels alone and he's grieving at the same time. Why does he feel alone? Because all the other Spider people kind of left him, right? They feel like, oh, we can't have this weak Spider-Man to drag us down. So they kind of left him and he feels alone. And at the same time, he's grieving. So imagine you're grieving your uncle. At the same time, you you are being left by your friends. That could be a very low point in your life, right? So this is what we call the rock bottom of the story. But in the final act, this is where everything goes back up. Okay? This is where Miles learns to believe in himself and he gets to choose who he wants to be. This is where he meets up with Peter Parker's aunt and he designs his new suit. And this is where he fully becomes the new Spider-Man. And he regains his confidence and he feels heroic. Okay, this is how Miles is feeling in the final act of the film, right? Okay, so now you can see how Miles' emotion go from awkward, it's in the middle, and then it goes to rock bottom. Even though he gains his power, so it kind of goes up, and then because of that, it kind of goes down because he doesn't know how to control it. So everything goes down, right? And then in the end, it goes all the way up. This is where he feels confident. This is where he feels like a real hero. Okay, this is where he solves all his emotional problem in the beginning. Okay? All right. So in the end, Miles learns that he doesn't have to be like Peter. He doesn't have to be like Peter Parker. He can be Miles himself. He can be the new version of Spider-Man, right? And he can be his own kind of hero. He doesn't have to be Peter Parker again. And the belief in yourself is a key. So the moral of the story here is you have to believe in yourself and you have to believe that you can be whoever you want to be it a superhero or a filmmaker or whatever, right? Okay. For the exercise.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chan, for the inspiring session. I'm sure everyone is already excited to start shaping their own powerful story using 3-act structure as what is lectured by Mr. Chan just now. I hope all participants can make their story more creative than what they have on their storyboard. Now, what's a good story without the right visuals to bring it to life, right? That is exactly what our next workshop will be. Up next, we have a session entitled How to Shoot Like a Pro with Your Smartphone, where you'll learn how to master camera angles, framing techniques, and get the best results even with just your everyday smartphone. And to guide you, we're very lucky to have Miss Eunice Alexander with us today. And for your information, Miss Eunice is an assistant lecturer at Multimedia University, holding a Bachelor of Cinematic Arts as well as a diploma in multimedia advertising and broadcasting. She's an experienced cinematographer and film editor and has also contributed her skills to the digital content team at Media Prima Berhad. So she truly knows what it takes to create stunning visuals even on a tight budget and using tools we all have in our pockets. So get your smartphones ready, clear some space around you, and get ready to pick up practical tips to make your shots stand out. Without further ado, please welcome Miss Eunice Alexander. Over to you, Miss Eunice.
All right. Hello, everyone. Hey, we're so glad that you can join us for this session. So hope you enjoyed the previous session. And so previously you learned about the 3-act structure. So when you make a film, it always starts with an idea, right? You have an idea and then you translate it to the paper. You write a script and you write down the idea. So you come up with a 3-act structure. Now you have everything on paper. The next step is to translate it to the screen in visuals, right? So when we talk about visuals for a film is all about visuals as well. And when we talk about visuals, it's not just about coming up with beautiful images, okay? So when we shoot a film, we carefully think our shots through. And each shot has a meaning, all right? So this is where cinematography comes in, all right? So what is cinematography? As you can see, it is about the art of photography and visual storytelling in motion picture. So like I said, when you craft out an image, you think of how to frame it, what to put in that frame, how to angle them, and this process creates an emotion. All right? When you carefully think your images, they bring out emotions. So that is very important in filmmaking. It's to bring out that emotion through your visuals. So today, we're going to talk about two very important elements. Of course, there are many more elements, important elements in cinematography, but today we're going to talk about two main elements. Next, we have camera angles and shot sizes. So I know some of you might not be familiar with these two terms. What is camera angle? What is shot size? This is where I'm going to explain to you in this session. All right? So let's start with camera angles. When we talk about camera angles, it's all about placing your camera. Where do you place which angle, which direction? They help to tell a story for your image, all right? And they also show how a character feels. Okay, different angle, they imply different feeling, different emotion. All right. Today we're going to talk about 3 camera angles. But before that, let's look at why camera angles are important. Number 1, as I mentioned before, they show emotions, right? Next, they also create a mood. So they show the emotion of like what is the character feeling in this scene, right? They also create a mood. Is it fear? Is it excitement? Is it happiness? They also make a scene more exciting, right? They add to the excitement of the scene. And lastly, they also help us as audience to understand what is happening. So it is a two-way win-win situation. Your visual should show what is the character feeling, and it also should evoke a certain emotion in the audience. So it is actually an interaction. That's how beautiful visuals can be. All right. So I'm going to talk about three angles in filmmaking. These are basic angles. First, let's look at the first angle, which is eye level. So eye level, same level as your character. So later on, I will show you how to create these angles. But first, let's look at eye level. So eye level, they show us the neutral perspective. We are together with the character. There is no superiority, or there's no one feeling less than the other. Both the characters and the audience are in neutral perspective. We are one with the character. So this shows how we see people in real life, right? This angle is usually used during conversations. Let's say two friends are having a conversation with each other in a classroom, and they are talking about something common. They're talking about their love for PS5, let's say, and they're talking about this new game that came out. And so they are both together in that conversation. So your camera should be placed at an eye level with both the characters. All right? So that's how you go. Next, we have high angle. All right? High angle is when you place your camera higher. So just now, eye level, camera is same level as your eye line, as the eye of your character. Now, high angle is when you place the camera higher. It is looking down at your character. All right? Looking down at your subject. This is to show that your subject, the character in your film, is weak, or going through a fearful moment. So over here, you can look at this image here. You see Captain America, right? He is looking with so much of defeat. The aliens are taking control. They are almost winning at this war, right? There's a fight going on, and the Avengers are like not having it. They are not. They're not enough. They're not enough manpower. The aliens they have outnumbered them, and so you see Captain America, and he's the leader, right? He feels so defeated. So you are looking down at him. And next, we have low angle. Low angle. So just now, high angle is this up. Low angle is when you bring the camera down. Now this one makes your subject look strong and powerful. Over here we see a shot of Batman, right? All his powerful look, and we're introducing a powerful character. So this is when you as an audience, you're also looking up at this character. Sometimes low angle can also be used to show a tall building. So let's say you want to show how tall a building is, how majestic a building is. Let's say you're taking a picture of KLCC, and you want to give us that feeling, that same feeling as if we are standing over there and looking right to KLCC. So your picture can be taken that way as well, right? It's a majestic building. It's one of the pride of our country. So imagine you take it in a way from low angle, and you're just looking to the top. So it gives out that same feeling. So it's the same with characters as well, right? Gives them the powerful feeling. So imagine, let's look at between high angle and low angle, right? Let's say a father is scolding his son. Son did not do well in his exam. And so the father is scolding him. And you want to capture that interaction, right? You can, in this situation, the son is feeling small. He's quite scared. So that can be a high angle. You see the sun from a higher angle. And when you move the camera back to the father, he is the more powerful character. He's scolding, right? And so you can get a low angle and make him look more powerful. That's one situation. Or two friends are also fighting in school. Do not fight, guys. Don't fight. But yeah, this is just an example, right? Two friends are fighting and one pushes the other and one falls down. So friend A is the bigger character here. He's being the villain here. Friend B, who has fallen down, is the one who is scared. So this is where we shift the angles, right? High angle, and the other friend is a lower angle. So this is how you play around, okay? And so let's recap camera angles and feelings. Let's look at, yes. So just to recap, high angle makes subject look small or weak. Low angle makes a subject look powerful, right? And eye level is when you are neutral with the character. Okay, so next I will show you a little example. Maybe we can get Mr. Chan to come over. I will show you how you can set up your camera. Okay, so Mr. Chan is over here. Maybe you can, right? Okay, so as you can see, high angle is when you place your camera this way. Okay, top, you will see a more powerful shot, a powerful feeling of the character. Eye level, same, your camera lens is same level as the eye of the character, right? And low angle is when you go below. Okay, low angle. Simple as that. Thank you, Mr. Chan. All right, okay. So yeah, do you guys have any question about angles? If you do, please just type out your questions. I'll be more than happy to answer you anything. Right? So that is high angle. Okay. Next, let's look at introduction to shot sizes. So just now we spoke about angles, right? The three angles: eye level, high angle, and low angle. So now let's look at, sorry. Let's look at shot sizes. All right. Okay. Shot sizes, they control what the audience see and feel, right? We show, we set the mood and focus, right? We decide how far or how near we want to be with the characters. Okay, basically those are shot sizes. Okay, how far or near do we place our camera? So just now angle is how high or how low. Now shot size is how near or how far. Okay, and even then, even the distance can evoke a certain emotion or mood. Okay, it also helps us focus on certain things. Okay, it helps you tell your story visually without words. Okay, you see how just now angles can also show emotions. Someone is feeling scared, someone is feeling powerful. So instead of saying it through dialogues, right, you just say it through your visuals. So same here. So different shots have different impact. Okay, let's look at the first shot. Now this is called an extreme wide shot, all right, or short form EWS. Okay. So when do we use an extreme wide shot? Extreme wide shots are used when you want to establish a location or an environment of your story. Okay, they establish the world of your story. They are also often used to establish a setting. Okay, in this situation, the characters may be very small. Sometimes they are not even visible at all. So they're more for showing the landscape or the cityscapes and the isolation. Let's say it is a film about it's set in a dystopian era in a sci-fi or in a sci-fi city. So you have your camera showing a really wide shot of the city. We get to see the whole world of the story set. Okay? And next, as we move closer, slightly closer, we have wide shot or WS. Now this is to introduce your characters. You are trying to show that there are some characters. As you can see in this picture, so from the extreme wide shot, we saw the whole landscape, but we couldn't really tell there were people. But now, as you get slightly closer, you see there are some subjects, but we don't know who they are yet. Okay, but we know there are people in this big place. So it includes background and surroundings. So this shot is good for action scenes, group movement, showing setting with the characters. So you're setting a character in a location. All right. And now we move even closer. Okay, now we move the camera even closer. We see the medium wide shot. Okay, which is also known as the MWS. Okay. Right now, we see the subjects. We see the characters. We're introduced to these characters. This one you frame up from the knee to the body. Okay. Just now, wide shot is the whole body. Okay. Now, medium wide shot is knee to knees up. Okay. This shot is good to show the body language or even the costume that your characters are wearing. So we get to know. When we see what kind of costumes or clothing they wear, we also get to know who are these characters. Okay, what social class are they from? Which era are they from? Are they from the 80s? Okay, through the clothing that they wear, are they from the 80s or are they from current era? So it is important to have this shot to introduce your characters. So over here, you see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters, and they're all very different. And this wide shot gives us the time to explore each of these characters, right? One by one. And we look at the type of clothes that they wear, or the way that they stand. So even the way that they stand, their body language shows who is the strong one, who is the timid one or the shy one, right? And who is the active one. So all this is shown in just one shot. See how interesting it is, right? Now we move even closer. Okay? And this is where we see medium shot, the MS. Now, this medium shot is widely used when you want to show conversations between characters. Here you have two characters and they're having a conversation. So medium shot. Okay. It also so this one you frame up from the waist. So just now, wide shot is the whole body. Medium wide shot from the knees up. Now medium shot is waist up. Okay. Now waist up. So this one is good for dialogues to show even more body language. So just now in the medium wide shot, you see more of their costume. We learn about their social class. Now for medium shot, we get a closer look at the way they sit, right? From here in this picture that we see one character is a bit strong. He's confident. And then you see the other character is a bit shy, right? The way she is sitting, it is much more ladylike. So this is established in a medium shot. In the previous shot, we might not be able to see much because it's slightly far. So now, closer, you get to see that. Okay. Now, next, which is everyone's favorite shot, which is the medium close-up. Okay, medium close-up is chest up. Okay, just now medium shot, we have waist up. Now medium close-up is chest up. This one, it shows more of the face, but we also see a little bit of the shoulders as well. Okay, this is called a medium close-up. Usually there is, we always choose between this shot and the next shot, which I'm going to talk about, is the close-up. Okay, close-up, which is also known as CU, that is more of the face. Okay, just now we had chest up, that is medium close-up. Close-up is the face, right? This one is when we get even closer with the characters. Okay, just now we know about the other things, but we are not attached to the characters yet. But when we get even closer, we are, we are together with the character. We start to feel what the character is feeling. Okay, you get to capture emotion or detail. You start to see details on their faces, and you learn even more things about them. Right? This one is good for intense feelings. Sorry, the next slide, close up. Yes, this one we get to show intense feelings, reactions, or important items. All right. All right. And next we have the extreme close-up. Okay, so from the close-up, we move even closer. Now the camera is even closer. This one is called extreme close-up. This is to capture, let's say, eyes, or even as you see as this image, you see cuts. And then you get your audience to question, where did that cut come from? Why does he have that cut? Why does he have that scar? And especially when you get close to someone's eyes, the eye has its own language, speaks a language. So when you show the eye, you get an even more intense feeling. You are really invading the space between you and the character. You are really close with the character. Okay? Now, that is extreme close-up. All right? Okay, so we have learned about shot sizes, roughly about 7 shots. I'll give you an example, okay, where we can use these shots. Let's say, again, go back to the conversation between two friends in a classroom and they are in school. So we want to start the film with an extreme wide shot of the school. So we are bringing your audience to this world, all right? This story is happening in a school. And then we cut to a wide shot of a classroom with students, okay? And then we can slowly introduce the characters through your medium shot, medium wide shot. So you show these two characters. So from a wide shot with so many students, we move the camera to the two characters who are having a conversation. So now we know, oh, this film is about these two people. And then we can, in between, we can cut to close-ups of them talking. So we are together with these characters in this story, in a neutral perspective. Okay? All right, before that, let me... So when you mix shots like this, they have different impacts. Okay? You use wide shots, as I mentioned, to show location, medium shots for action and connection, and close-ups for emotion. Right? Just remember that. Okay? So variety keeps your film visually interesting and emotionally engaging. All right. Okay. So we have a question. Let's take a look at a question right now. So we have a question. Can we use real background instead of green screen? Yes, definitely you can. Actually, your background is considered another character in your film. So not just people are your characters. Background are also characters. Let's say you shoot someone in a bedroom. Showing the background of the bedroom also shows us some details about this character. It's let's say we have this teenage girl with posters behind, posters of I don't know who, Sabrina Carpenter. So we know, oh, so this girl is a fan of Sabrina Carpenter, right? So it's important. It's actually good to use real life background. Yeah. Hope that answers your question. Okay. Now let's look at a scene from Spider-Man. Not the animation. Now we'll look through the real action film, which is from Spider-Man No Way Home, that was shot in 2021. So let's look at a scene and then we will discuss how they have used different shot sizes and angles to make the film interesting. Okay, sorry we don't have an audio, but I'll explain to you a little bit. So, okay. I think, yeah, that's all with the video. Thank you very much. So we can go back to the shots. Okay, all right. So as you watch from the scene, sorry, this is also another spoiler. So this is the ending of the film, when Peter Parker loses everything, right? He has lost his Aunt May. His friends don't remember him anymore. They don't know the existence of Peter Parker. And so he's all alone, right? He has lost his childhood home and now he moves to this new place. So this scene is where he is moving to a new bedroom, like a loft, right? And so let's look at how the emotions are conveyed. So in the first shot, we see a close-up, right? A close-up of the door and the light switch. Sometimes close-ups, right? They can emphasize the texture of your subject. Here, they are introducing this house to us. So the closer we are, we get to see the texture of the door and the walls. They're a bit gritty, grungy, old. From here, we can tell that, oh, this building is not a new building. It's an old place. It's not well maintained. Probably a different social class area, right? There's a huge change from his childhood bedroom, which was colorful and new, and now he moves to this sort of dirty looking building, right? So we start with a close-up. If it was a wider shot, we won't be able to tell this. We can't see. We just see the whole place, right? Next, so once they show us a close-up, we see a wider shot, a wide shot. Now the camera pulls back and shows us, right? The first shot, we see the close-up and we see Peter opening the door and he's looking in. and then they show us a wide shot of what he is looking at, right? So we are looking at things that the character is looking. Here, the wide shot establishes the new home. It shows the emptiness, right? It is simple, it is lonely. It talks about Peter's isolation. No friends, no Aunt May, no one. He's alone. As you can see, if you watch the film, you would notice his previous bedroom was quite messy. There was so many things, right? He had his own bed, he had his own desk, a beautiful bed, beautiful desk, colorful, and it's a lot of things. And then you see the shift here, emptiness, just empty. And this can be brought out with a wide shot. If you go closer, you won't be able to tell that. So wider shots can bring out the space, okay? And then the next shot, it cuts to Peter, right? A wide shot of Peter. Now this shot, I would say, is a very beautiful shot. It really shows his loneliness, his emptiness, right? He's standing at the doorway. So from this wide shot, as I mentioned earlier, when you have a wider shot, you can show your character's body language. You can tell he's lonely, he's helpless, right? From previously, he's this really chirpy, noisy young boy. He's also a superhero. Suddenly you see him just lonely over there, right? And then you can see how he is a small figure in a big space. That is the power of a wide shot. It can show us as a small figure in a big world, right? That is the wide shot. And over here, I think it is perfectly shown in this shot. Peter's feeling through his body language. But then the camera moves closer. In the next shot, we see a medium close-up. So from that wide shot of him just holding the box and looking, we can't really tell his emotions from that. But when the camera gets closer, we see his emotions. His reaction to his new life. He looks very uncertain. There is no smile on his face. He's just there, confused, lost, right? You feel that in that closer shot, right? And then we get close-ups next in the bedroom of his things, right? He has his GED test manual book, and then he has that small figurine from his old bedroom. So he's bringing in this old life into this new space. And then we get a close-up. Because it is so small, you can't show that prop, right? That item in a wider shot. So you get closer so that we get a closer look of what it is, right? And lastly, we move the camera out of the house and we get a medium wide shot of Peter looking outside his window, all right, looking at a bigger world out there, suggesting that he's staring at a bigger world out there, right? And you also see that it is shot in a higher angle. So the previous shots are all shot in eye level, if you notice. There we are one with the character. Okay? We are feeling the loss just as Peter Parker, feeling that uncertainty, right? The isolation. But when it cuts to this shot, we as an audience, we are outside. He is left in that space. We are outside looking from a higher perspective. We are looking down at him. He is, as I mentioned, he is feeling lost, uncertain, he's feeling weak. Okay, he's feeling weak in this scene. And he's left there with that shot. Okay, so you see how these various shot sizes and angles, for this just one small scene, that many carefully thought shots. Okay, this is how you come up with an interesting scene, okay, with an interesting film, right? And that brings us to the end. So we have covered the camera angles and we have also covered the shot sizes. So camera angles, Don't forget we have three angles, which are high angle, low angle, and eye level. So high angle, they show the weakness of a character. Low angle, they show the character as powerful, as superior. And eye level is when you are one with the character. Okay, and then we have the shot sizes, 7 different shot sizes. Okay, extreme wide shot, medium wide shot, medium close up. We have close up and extreme close up. And here we have one more question. How many angles do I use in a scene? Actually, that is up to your creativity. There are no rules as to how many angles. So depending on that scene, if the character is feeling weak throughout that scene, you can just stay with the higher angle. But if, let's say, there is a shift of emotion from weak, the character gets powerful, then you can change the angle. So it really depends on your interpretation of that scene, the emotion of the scene. Sometimes maybe the whole scene is eye level because it is a neutral perspective throughout the scene. Like I mentioned, two friends having conversations about their love for PS5. So that is a very neutral conversation. Then you can maintain the whole shot. Can I use a close-up and then a close-up? Yes, you can. So you're talking about using 2 close-ups at the same time? Yes, you can. Again, there are no rules. So you can, let's say, again, the conversation is 2 friends. You have a close-up of friend A, and then you show us a close-up of friend B. Or you are showing us items in a bedroom. You are introducing this character through their belongings. So that's close up, close up, close up. Close up of things around, like photo frame. Close up of a photo frame, close up of stationaries, close up of posters on their walls. You can do that, right? Hope that answers your question. Another question. What happens if I only use one shot in a scene? Nothing happens. That's fine, actually. It's equally as powerful. You want to maintain one shot, but again, something interesting has to be happening in that shot. When you maintain one wide shot, you have to craft your frame well. You have to have enough props inside for us to take time to explore the frame. So sometimes we get one whole scene in one wide shot, but we make it interesting. So we make it immersive. So that's up to your creativity. When you take wide shots, it gives us time to explore the space, not just the character. So character is doing something, but we also look around. Oh, there's a nice plant. There's a nice background. So yeah, it's important how you frame up for just one shot. How many shots is good for a scene? Okay. Sometimes especially if it's a conversation, we have one medium shot to show 2 people, and then we have 2 close-ups of the character. So that's 3 shots. We call them the master shot and the close-ups, the insert shots. Okay, so always have a master shot, which is to establish the 2 characters or how many characters you have and the location. So I would say about 3 to 4 would be good. You want lesser, you want more, no problem. Okay, what angle can I use to show loneliness? Okay, it's a very good question actually. So loneliness depends. Do you want us to be one with the character, to feel the loneliness of the character? Then I would suggest eye level. Okay, but if loneliness can also make you feel weak, right? Then I would suggest high angle. So depending on what you want your audience to feel. And I would also suggest you move the camera back a little bit to show. You see like how Peter in the previous shot where he was alone with that box. You see, that is eye level, so we are one with him. But we also see that small figure in an empty space. That really brings out loneliness, I would say. Okay, so does a good film use many shots? Not necessarily. So that is subjective. That really depends on the story. Some films I know they use very minimal shots, but they are equally as powerful. So that really depends. Okay, next question. Do I need proper lighting to shoot? Yes, lighting is important in cinematography, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you need many lights. Sometimes just using your natural lighting is good enough too. It is powerful enough too. But yes, it is important to have lighting to shoot. It adds character to your visuals, right? Having light and shadows in between becomes quite interesting, actually. Lighting directs your audience to look at a certain place as well. So let's say you have someone sitting in a bedroom, sitting by the bedside, and partly it's dark, and then you have light shining on the character. You are guiding us audience to look at the character, light. So naturally, when we have light, we look at that spot. We avoid dark spots, right? Our eyes. So it's important. Okay, what kind of practical light can you advise us? Oh, that's interesting. Okay. I would always suggest the warm bulb, warm practical lights. They are quite beautiful, especially when you place them near a wall. They bring out a certain shape on the wall. So it's beautiful, especially when you get a wide shot. So let's say there is a daylight coming in, but you have that warm light on the wall, that shape. It is quite interesting. It makes it look a bit cinematic. So those triangle types of light, the white transparent shade, those are beautiful. Okay. Sometimes practical lights can be too bright when you shoot, and you can't adjust the brightness. I would suggest you put tissue papers on the bulb. Wrap it up with tissue papers, and that will make it dimmer. Okay? Or A4 paper, something which doesn't burn up. Lights are quite hot, right? So you can wrap them up. So, okay. Next question. Can I just use the main light at my home if I am shooting at home? Do I need more light? Okay. You can use your home light if you don't have the resources. If you have the resources, then of course I will suggest you get, proper lights. But if you don't have, there's nothing wrong with using home lights. But that is also, it is important to craft those lights. I would suggest don't switch on all of it. All of it makes it too blunt, it's not very interesting. So I would say just light up your subjects properly. You can, not light your background too much. Leave some shadows around. Yeah? But you can always get those small practical lights at home and light up faces, put it near the face, and you will get a proper highlight on the faces. So it's important to have lights on the faces, your subjects at least. Okay? And you're shooting on a phone, so that's fine. If you're shooting using a camera, it might be an issue when you use house lights. You might see flickers on it. But thank you to smartphones, they have found a way to, solve that problem. So we don't see much flickers. But if you do see flickers on your phone camera, then it is because of the lights. So you have to switch off the light. and find a much more powerful light. Okay? Next question. Can I use an extreme wide shot for a horror film? Yes, definitely. So, I mean, there are a lot of horror films that use extreme wide shot, depending on the scene as well. Sometimes, if you see some horror films, they want to uh, establish a haunted mansion. So you get an extreme wide shot to show the whole mansion. So scary looking. It already gets us so interested. Ooh, what's inside that house? The same thing. If you're shooting a horror film of, I don't know, ghost in a school, so you show us an extreme wide shot of the school at nighttime, and it's quite scary. It calls us, the audience, to, gets us intrigued. Ooh, I want to see what's inside that school. So yes, very good question. You can use an extreme wide shot. Why do you think movies sometimes show a close up of someone's face? Well, again, I think it brings back to what I explained earlier. It is to show someone's emotion. When we are closer to someone, we are in a close proximity, we feel that person a little bit more, right? From a distance, not much. You will feel, but it is not that impactful. But when you bring the camera closer to the person, we as audience, we also feel like we are invading their space. And usually we invade spaces of people that we are close to. We don't do that to strangers, right? So when in movies we do that, we are also telling the audience, you can be close to this character. They are not a stranger to you, right? Okay, next question. Have you ever noticed how the colors in a movie make it feel happy or scary? Yes. So that is actually, there is a term, it's called color grading. So in cinematography, after we shoot, in post-production, you will learn in the next. Okay, there is a thing called color grading. Once we have pieced the story, we color them. Just like how, Instagram, you have filters, right? You can make it black and white, you can make it sepia. So we have that in film. So different colors give out different emotion. That is also important. That is part of cinematography, actually. So bright colors generally make us feel excited, make us feel happy, make us feel safe. Darker colors, a darker tone, make us feel, give us a different feeling. So let's say a bluish tone can mean dullness or sadness. A slightly greenish tint can mean horror. If you look at horror films, they're slightly more greenish, they're grainy, right? And then if you see a sad drama, they're slightly more bluish tone. Then we watch a comedy. Comedy is bright. It is colorful. So yeah, colors definitely change our mood. Okay, influence our mood as audience. Okay, what kind of color are good for my actors to wear? So yeah, this goes back to what I mentioned previously. What is the mood of your film? Is it a comedic film? Is your actor a happy character in this film? Then you get them to wear bright colors. Right now, this pink shows that, I'm excited, I'm happy. But let's say your character is feeling a little bit lonely. In this story, your character is feeling lonely, feeling sad. Then you can get something like a dull color, blue, I would say gray, those tones. Okay, green, dark green. So any dark colors, they bring out a much more dull expression, dull feeling. Okay, all right. What kind of lighting would you use for a happy birthday party scene? Oh, okay. To keep it simple, then basically I will make it bright because it is a birthday party scene. Is it a happy birthday party scene? If it's a happy birthday party scene, then happy birthday party scene. Okay. If it's happy, then I would make it bright. You can switch on all the lights. You can, of course, light your subjects, like I said, get some extra lights to light up your subjects. Then add more colors in your background. That is called art direction, production design. So you can put colorful banners, balloons. Those also add to the excitement of the scene. So yeah, I would say, add more props. Okay, next question. Why do you think a character might be placed in the middle of the screen? Okay. When you place a character in the middle of the screen, then you are directing us to just focus on the character alone. The character is the main focus. The background and all is not very important at the moment. Sometimes, so right now you see the placement of me and the screen, right? Where I'm standing, this is called a rule of third. All right? This is to show you focus on me and my background. This way, sorry, and my background, right? But when you place me in the middle, you're only focusing on me, not the background, right? So again, goes back to your scene. Do you want your characters, your audience to just focus on the character? Then place them in the middle. Okay? All right. Next question. What would you advise as students before we make a film? Okay. That is a very good question. I would say go out, practice, take your camera, take some pictures, practice your picture taking. Also, I mean, when it comes to storytelling, I would say, practice your storytelling as well. Watch other films, experience life, I would say. All right. Okay, next question. Why do you think the camera moves slowly in sad or serious scenes? Okay. Interesting. Okay. This one, it is to slowly invoke that emotion. Slow movement. When things are fast, you don't have time to feel much. Okay, when you have snappy movement, it gives out a different feeling. You get a rushed feeling. But sadness, it kicks in slowly, right? You don't immediately become sad. It slowly kicks in. So you show that through your camera movement as well, right? It slowly moves in. Okay. Now, okay. Next question. What shot do we need to make a racing film? Oh, okay. Racing, well, it is fast. Everything is fast, right? So you can, this one, your movements can be fast. You can get fast shots. If you have a gimbal, you can use a gimbal. Sometimes you can, even on Shopee, you have like cheap gimbals for handphones. So you can follow the cars. If you use just your hand, it is going to be very shaky. Then I would say use, it's called a gimbal, Gimbal. You type it out, you will see it. Do a lot of follow movements. You're following the car. How fast does it move? You also have to follow. That's racing, right? But if you're getting a shot of the character in the car, then I would say don't use a gimbal. You want to get that panic feeling, right, of racing, the adrenaline. When you race, there is that high adrenaline, right? So you want to maintain that shakiness. You can just get tight shots of the driver driving, and things like that, right? Do I need an expensive camera to shoot my film? Not at all. You don't. Any camera would do, especially if you're starting, just beginning. Even a phone would do. Like I will still shoot films with my phone, and it is one of the most fun experience for me shooting on a phone compared to a bigger camera. So yeah, Of course, it would be nice to have expensive cameras. They have extra features and all that, but that is for later on. For now, you can start with your smartphone. Just explore, which actually I would like to introduce an app. If we can go back to the slide, the last slide. If you guys are interested, it's just a tip. You can download this app called the Blackmagic Camera. All right. It works like a camera. It has some settings and features like a camera, but it's on your phone. Okay. Blackmagic Camera. It is free. You don't have to pay for the app, and is compatible for both iPhone and Android. So if you're interested, you can just type out on your App Store or Google Play Store Blackmagic Camera. So we have actual expensive cameras that are from the Blackmagic brand. So this brand, to help us to sort of experience their expensive camera on our phones, they created this app. All right. Yes. So this is the app. This is how the icon looks like, the logo. You can look for this logo. As you can see, they have focus control, they have exposure controls, they even have white balance, your shutter, your frame rate, all this. Probably we don't have the time to talk more about it, but I would say you can always go and watch some tutorial videos about these settings. It will be fun for you to use for your final film that you guys are going to be shooting for. Okay. Can I shoot? Sorry. Can we add more actor or actress to make the scene more realistic? Example, during class or extra class with teacher. Yes, definitely. Actually, I would say please do. That would be much better. Because when you don't have extra, the film looks, if I could put it, it looks cheap. It feels rushed, not carefully planned. So when you plan, because naturally in a classroom there are many people, and you have a teacher, you have students. So when you shoot, you want to establish that. And then I would say get closer to your main characters. So in the beginning, establish these students and the teacher. Establish that settings first. Okay? What films you recommend to watch to learn about cinematography? Good question. Okay. I would say okay. Actually, depending on what kind of cinematography. If you want to learn like fast films, fast shots, bombastic shots, then Marvel films are quite good. DC films are also quite good, like Superman. You can go watch the current Superman. You can even watch like Avengers, Spider-Man, those even animations. I would say when you watch animations, they also have nicely crafted shots. Okay, so yeah, you can watch those kind of films for now. And when you grow older, you can watch other films as well. Right? Okay. Can I use color filter in my smartphone to shoot or shoot like normal? Okay. I would say shoot without the filter first. Don't add in the filter yet. Shoot without the filter. And then in your editing process, that is when you add your filter. Because sometimes when you shoot with the filter throughout the film, it might be inconsistent. Okay, so when you shoot without the filter, the color and the exposure is consistent. And then in your editing, you can make the adjustments. You add in the filter and normalize them. Make it consistent. All right? Okay. Do we have any more questions? Hope I didn't miss out on any question. Okay. Our next question. What if the sun in my house window is too bright and my camera show dark in the house? Okay. Um, if you have sun directly behind your character, you will get a silhouette-ish image. So we avoid that. Okay, your camera will definitely um, what do I say? It will give you a big difference. Bright background and dark foreground, dark characters. Okay, when a light is placed directly behind the subject, you get dark images. So this is where you have to move your character away. Or else, if you have the lights, then I would say in your camera, reduce the brightness and then light up your subject. If you really need that window, um, really reduce the brightness and then add lights to your subject. Or else, put a curtain, close, and then just add lights. Just open it a little bit. Don't leave it open too much. You can put a transparent curtain that will also soften the light. But still, you will still have a little bit of silhouette. So the best option here would be to move your subject away. Okay? All right. Can I shoot and edit a film just by using my phone? Yes, definitely. So as I mentioned, the app just now, you can download that app. Even if you use your native camera, also possible. You can just shoot, and then in the next workshop, you will learn how to shoot, how to edit on your phone. Okay, we have a lot of good editing apps for smartphones now. It's a great thing. So we have CapCut, we have InShot, even DaVinci. We have it on iPads. All right. So DaVinci is a professional editing software that we use in the film industry, and they have created an app for iPads and tabs. So even that is interesting. So you can use that. You can check it out. What if my background light is good, but my actor's face is dark? Do I need to light my actor? Yes. So this is quite a common struggle. When your background light is good, but your actor's face is dark. As I mentioned earlier, it is really important to light up your actor's face. Again, depending on the scene, if it's a mysterious scene, you want your character to be mysterious, then you don't have to light them up too much. But if it's a important scene, it's a drama, a conversation, then I would say light your characters well. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much for all your questions. I hope this session was useful, and I hope I answered all your questions well. Thank you again for joining, and back to Syed.
All right. Thank you so much, Miss Eunice, for that fantastic session. I'm sure everyone now is ready to shoot a film, quote unquote, shoot like a pro, and really instill or cultivate that vitality in our stories. I mean, really, who would have thought you could create a whole entire movie by just using your phone? Like, did you hear what she said? You don't even need any expensive camera. That is just so mind blowing. Like, wow. I mean, what an amazing lineup workshops that we had so far. I hope everyone is feeling inspired and ready to put all these new skills into practice. But before we move on, of course, we're going to take a short break, so feel free to stretch, grab a snack, refill your water, and don't forget to stay close because we'll be back shortly at around 1 o'clock for our third and last workshop of the day. During the break, there will be a showcase of the valuable creation of the previous participants that have entered the international techno drama competition. So feel free to take some of that essence of that inspiration to ease you in creating your cinema. See you in a bit and have a break.
Sultan Alam Shah has always been a great school in every sense of the term. Students are outstanding in their academics and co-curriculum, and many would consider Sekolah Sultan Alam Shah as one of the best schools in the nation. 2008 was the year when Alam Shah started integrating the use of Apple devices for students. Each student has iPad, which became a vital tool in every aspect of their lives. Resources are readily made available online and studying becomes much easier. Integrating the use of Apple products in a classroom setting enhances learning experiences and streamlines educational processes. On top of that, tools like FaceTime and collaborative apps such as Pages and Keynotes enable students and leaders to work together seamlessly, both in and out of the classroom.
Alam Shah has always been known for its consistent ongoing victories in various fields. Now, with the integration of Apple devices into our school's lifestyle, we have been able to attain new heights which would have been impossible in the past.
Apple allows us to integrate technology to the most sophisticated level in our daily lives, especially in the classroom. And we definitely live with Apple products and Apple hardware or software. We are given the freedom to explore the most innovative and creative ideas to enhance our daily lives and consequently our lives in general, as we prepare the students to face the challenging world with Apple.
Besides academic matters, Alam Shah also leaves a door open for students to explore their talents in classes, as well as various clubs and extracurricular activities made easily available for each student to participate. Besides allowing the students to exercise their imagination and creative spirit, the Apple devices that we integrate into our lifestyle are also given a chance to shine.
iPads has helped a student to achieve a better life at school. It helps with researching and saving information by using apps like Files, Keynotes and many more. It has also helped them taking notes easier by using apps like Notes and Freeform. Apple has improvised our education level to a higher standard.
The graduates from the school can give an impact to the world, leaving it a better place than when they entered. The alumni of Alam Shah, known as Asas, are known to leave traces of glory wherever they offer their hand, whether it's stepping up as a political figure and strive to lead the world, offering their support to those in need, or simply returning their root at Alam Shah to share something with their successes.
And the extra push that Apple devices offer only help to bring the students farther.
What do you think about this drawing?
Kalau Mia bagi tahu pun bukan Mak kisah. Okeylah lepas ni Mia solat hari-hari.
你答应过我的，然后
apa kau ni Man? Tak nak dengar bodoh.
Nampak kedai tu? Luar je biasa. Dalam dia.
உனக்கு மட்டும் எப்படி தெரியும்? நீனும் சின்ன பையன் தான்.
Esok Nik balik awal. Nik bawa ayah pergi klinik.
Popi ya. Kamsia.
我不无辜咩？我见你3只前，你3只都跑路。
Why are you trying so hard to help me? Everyone deserves a chance. Everyone.
Under the tree where the grass don't grow, we made a promise to never get old. You had a chance and you took it on me, and I made a promise that I couldn't keep. Heartbreak all over town, but something flipped like a switch when you came around, and I'm in pieces. Pick me up and put me together. These are the days we've been waiting for. On days like these, who could ask for more? Keep 'em coming, 'cause we're not done yet. These are the days we won't regret. These are the days we won't forget.
So, are you happier now?
Selamat pagi semua. Nama saya Nagaya.
Bukan! Bukan!
Can't you at least tell me why?
Ya tak apa lah, aku simpan lah. Anggap je tu hadiah dari aku.
Ibu tak faham, Ibu. Ini untuk masa depan Yara. Ibu.
Kamu terima. Selesai.
Sekolah Sultan Alam Shah has always been a great school in every sense of the term. Students are outstanding in their academics and co-curriculum, and many would consider Sekolah Sultan Alam Shah as one of the best schools in the nation. 2008 was the year when Alam Shah started integrating the use of Apple devices for students. Each student has iPad, which became a vital tool in every aspect of their lives. Resources are readily made available online and studying becomes much easier. Integrating the use of Apple products in a classroom setting enhances learning experiences and streamlines educational processes. On top of that, tools like FaceTime and collaborative apps such as Pages and Keynotes enable students and leaders to work together seamlessly, both in and out of the classroom.
Alam Shah has always been known for its consistent ongoing victories in various fields. Now, with the integration of Apple devices into our school's lifestyle, we have been able to attain new heights which would have been impossible in the past.
Apple allows us to integrate technology to the most sophisticated level in our daily lives, especially in the classroom. And we definitely live with Apple products and Apple hardware or software. We are given the freedom to explore the most innovative and creative ideas to enhance our daily lives and consequently our lives in general, as we prepare the students to face the challenging world with Apple.
Besides academic matters, Alam Shah also leaves a door open for students to explore their talents in classes, as well as various clubs and extracurricular activities made easily available for each student to participate. Besides allowing the students to exercise their imagination and creative spirit, the Apple devices that we integrate into our lifestyle are also given a chance to shine.
Impacts has helped a student to achieve a better life at school. It helps with researching and saving information by using apps like Files, Keynotes and many more. It has also helped them taking notes easier by using apps like Notes and Freeform. Apple has improvised our education level to a higher standard.
The graduates from the school can give an impact to the world, leaving it a better place than when they entered. The alumni of Alam Shah, known as Asas, are known to leave traces of glory wherever they offer their hand, whether it's stepping up as a political figure and strive to lead the world, offering their support to those in need, or simply retaining their root at Alam Shah to share something with their successors.
And the extra push that Apple devices offer only help to bring the students farther.
What do you think about this drawing?
Kalau Mia bagi tahu pun bukan mak kisah. Okeylah lepas ni Mia solat hari-hari.
你答应过我的，然后
Apa kau ni Man? Tak nak dengar bodoh.
Nampak kedai tu? Luar je biasa. Dalam dia.
உனக்கு மட்டும் எப்படி தெரியும் நீனும் சின்ன பையன் தான்
Esok Nik balik awal. Nik bawa ayah pergi klinik.
Poppy 啊，感谢。
我不无辜咩？我见你3之前，你3只都跑路。
Why are you trying so hard to help me? Everyone deserves a chance. Everyone.
Under the tree where the grass don't grow, we made a promise to never get old. You had a chance and you took it on me, and I made a promise that I couldn't keep. Heartbreak all over town, but something flipped like a switch when you came around, and I'm in pieces. Pick me up and put me together. These are the days we've been waiting for. On days like these, who could ask for more? Keep 'em coming, 'cause we're not done yet. These are the days we won't regret. These are the days we won't forget.
So, are you happier now?
Selamat pagi semua. Nama saya Nagaya.
Bukan! Tolong!
Can't you at least tell me why?
Ya tak apa lah, kau simpan lah. Anggap je tu hadiah dari aku.
Tolong nak faham ibu, ini untuk masa depan Yara. Ibu.
Kamu terima. Selesai.
Sekolah Sultan Alam Shah has always been a great school in every sense of the term. Students are outstanding in their academics and co-curriculum, and many would consider Sekolah Sultan Alam Shah as one of the best schools in the nation. 2008 was the year when Alam Shah started integrating the use of Apple devices for students. Each student has iPad, which became a vital tool in every aspect of their lives. Resources are readily made available online and studying becomes much easier. Integrating the use of Apple products in a classroom setting enhances learning experiences and streamlines educational processes. On top of that, tools like FaceTime and collaborative apps such as Pages and Keynotes enable students and leaders to work together seamlessly, both in and out of the classroom.
Alam Shah has always been known for its consistent ongoing victories in various fields. Now, with the integration of Apple devices into our school's lifestyle, we have been able to attain new heights which would have been impossible in the past.
Apple allows us to integrate technology to the most sophisticated level in our daily lives, especially in the classroom. And we definitely live with Apple products and Apple hardware or software. We are given the freedom to explore the most innovative and creative ideas to enhance our daily lives and consequently our lives in general, as we prepare the students to face the challenging world with Apple.
Besides academic matters, Alam Shah also leaves a door open for students to explore their talents in classes, as well as various clubs and extracurricular activities made easily available for each student to participate. Besides allowing the students to exercise their imagination and creative spirit, the Apple devices that we integrate into our lifestyle are also given a chance to shine.
iPads has helped a student to achieve a better life at school. It helps with researching and saving information by using apps like Files, Keynotes and many more. It has also helped them taking notes easier by using apps like Notes and Freeform. Apple has improvised our education level to a higher standard.
The graduates from the school can give an impact to the world, leaving it a better place than when they entered. The alumni of Alam Shah, known as Asas, are known to leave traces of glory wherever they offer their hand, whether it's stepping up as a political figure and strive to lead the world, offering their support to those in need, or simply returning their root at Alam Shah to share something with their successors. And the extra push that Apple devices offer only help to bring the students farther.
What do you think about this drawing?
Kalau Mia bagi tahu pun bukan mak kisah. Okeylah lepas ni Mia solat hari-hari.
你答应过我的，然后
Apa kau ni Man? Tak nak dengar bodoh.
Nampak kedai tu? Luar je biasa. Dalam dia.
உனக்கு மட்டும் எப்படி தெரியும் நீ இன்னும் சின்ன பையன் தான்
Esok ni balik awal. Ni bawa ayah pergi klinik.
Poppy 啊，感谢感谢。
我不无辜咩？我见你3只前，你3只都跑路。
Why are you trying so hard to help me? Everyone deserves a chance. Everyone.
Under the tree where the grass don't grow, we made a promise to never get old. You had a chance and you took it on me, and I made a promise that I couldn't keep. Heartbreak all over town, but something flipped like a switch when you came around, and I'm in pieces. Pick me up and put me together. These are the days we've been waiting for. Days like these, who could ask for more? Keep on coming, 'cause we're not done yet. These are the days we won't regret. These are the days we won't forget.
So, are you happier now?
Selamat pagi semua. Nama saya Nagaya.
Bukan! Bukan!
Can't you at least tell me why?
Ya tak apa lah, kau simpan lah. Anggap je tu hadiah dari aku.
Tolong kalau faham ibu, ini untuk masa depan Yara. Ibu.
Kamu terima. Selesai.
Sekolah Sultan Alam Shah has always been a great school in every sense of the term. Students are outstanding in their academics and co-curriculum, and many would consider Sekolah Sultan Alam Shah as one of the best schools in the nation. 2008 was the year when Alam Shah started integrating the use of Apple devices for students. Each student has iPad, which became a vital tool in every aspect of their lives. Resources are readily made available online and studying becomes much easier. Integrating the use of Apple products in a classroom setting enhances learning experiences and streamlines educational processes. On top of that, tools like FaceTime and collaborative apps such as Pages and Keynotes enable students and leaders to work together seamlessly, both in and out of the classroom.
Alam Shah has always been known for its consistent ongoing victories in various fields. Now, with the integration of Apple devices into our school's lifestyle, we have been able to attain new heights which would have been impossible in the past.
Apple allows us to integrate technology to the most sophisticated level in our daily lives, especially in the classroom. And we definitely live with Apple products and Apple hardware or software. We are given the freedom to explore the most innovative and creative ideas to enhance our daily lives and consequently our lives in general, as we prepare the students to face the challenging world with Apple.
Besides academic matters, Alam Shah also leaves a door open for students to explore their talents in classes, as well as various clubs and extracurricular activities made easily available for each student to participate. Besides allowing the students to exercise their imagination and creative spirit, the Apple devices that we integrate into our lifestyle are also given a chance to shine.
iPads has helped a student to achieve a better life at school. It helps with researching and saving information by using apps like Files, Keynotes and many more. It has also helped them taking notes easier by using apps like Notes and Freeform. Apple has improvised our education level to a higher standard.
The graduates from the school can give an impact to the world, leaving it a better place than when they entered. The alumni of Alam Shah, known as Asas, are known to leave traces of glory wherever they offer their hand, whether it's stepping up as a political figure and strive to lead the world, offering their support to those in need, or simply returning their root at Alam Shah to share something with their successors. And the extra push that Apple devices offer only help to bring the students farther.
What do you think about this drawing?
Kalau Mia bagi tahu pun bukan mak kisah. Okeylah lepas ni Mia solat hari-hari.
你答应过我的，然后
Apa kau ni Man? Tak nak dengar bodoh.
Nampak kedai tu? Luar je biasa. Dalam dia.
உனக்கு மட்டும் எப்படி தெரியும் நீனும் சின்ன பையன் தான்
Esok Nik balik awal. Nik bawa ayah pergi klinik.
Poppy 啊，come here。
我不无辜咩？我见你3之前，你3只都跑路。
Why are you trying so hard to help me? Everyone deserves a chance. Everyone.
Under the tree where the grass don't grow, we made a promise to never get old. You had a chance and you took it on me, and I made a promise that I couldn't keep. Heartbreak all over town, but something flipped like a switch when you came around, and I'm in pieces. Pick me up and put me together. These are the days we've been waiting for. On days like these, who could ask for more? Keep 'em coming, 'cause we're not done yet. These are the days we won't regret. These are the days we won't forget.
So, are you happier now?
Selamat pagi semua. Nama saya Nagaya.
Bukan! Tolong!
Could you at least tell me why?
Ya tak apa lah, kau simpan lah. Anggap je tu hadiah dari aku.
Tolonglah faham Ibu, ini untuk masa depan Yara. Ibu.
Kamu terima. Selesai.
Sekolah Sultan Alam Shah has always been a great school in every sense of the term. Students are outstanding in their academics and co-curriculum, and many would consider Sekolah Sultan Alam Shah as one of the best schools in the nation. 2008 was the year when Alam Shah started integrating the use of Apple devices for students. Each student has iPad, which became a vital tool in every aspect of their lives. Resources are readily made available online and studying becomes much easier. Integrating the use of Apple products in a classroom setting enhances learning experiences and streamlines educational processes. On top of that, tools like FaceTime and collaborative apps such as Pages and Keynotes enable students and leaders to work together seamlessly, both in and out of the classroom.
Alam Shah has always been known for its consistent ongoing victories in various fields. Now, with the integration of Apple devices into our school's lifestyle, we have been able to attain new heights which would have been impossible in the past.
Apple allows us to integrate technology to the most sophisticated level in our daily lives, especially in the classroom. And we definitely live with Apple products and Apple hardware or software. We are given the freedom to explore the most innovative and creative ideas to enhance our daily lives and consequently our lives in general, as we prepare the students to face the challenging world with Apple.
Besides academic matters, Alam Shah also leaves a door open for students to explore their talents in classes, as well as various clubs and extracurricular activities made easily available for each student to participate. Besides allowing the students to exercise their imagination and creative spirit, the Apple devices that we integrate into our lifestyle are also given a chance to shine.
iPads has helped a student to achieve a better life at school. It helps with researching and saving information by using apps like Files, Keynotes and many more. It has also helped them taking notes easier by using apps like Notes and Freeform. Apple has improvised our education level to a higher standard.
The graduates from the school can give an impact to the world, leaving it a better place than when they entered. The alumni of Alam Shah, known as Asas, are known to leave traces of glory wherever they offer their hand, whether it's stepping up as a political figure and strive to lead the world, offering their support to those in need, or simply returning their root at Alam Shah to share something with their successes. And the extra push that Apple devices offer only help to bring the students farther.
What do you think about this drawing?
Kalau Mia bagi tahu pun bukan mak kisah. Okeylah lepas ni Mia solat hari-hari.
你答应过我的，然后
Apa kau ni Man? Tak nak dengar bodoh.
Nampak kedai tu? Luar je biasa. Dalam dia.
உனக்கு மட்டும் எப்படி தெரியும் நீனும் சின்ன பையன் தான்
Esok Nik balik awal. Nik bawa ayah pergi klinik.
Poppy 啊，Come here。
我不无辜咩？我见你3之前，你3只都跑路。
Why are you trying so hard to help me? Everyone deserves a chance. Everyone.
Under the tree where the grass don't grow, we made a promise to never get old. You had a chance and you took it on me, and I made a promise that I couldn't keep. Heartbreak all over town, but something flipped like a switch when you came around, and I'm in pieces. Pick me up and put me together. These are the days we've been waiting for. On days like these, who could ask for more? Keep 'em coming, 'cause we're not done yet. These are the days we won't regret. These are the days we won't forget.
So, are you happier now?
Selamat pagi semua. Nama saya Nagaya.
Bukan! Tolong!
Could you at least tell me why?
Ya tak apa lah, kau simpan lah. Anggap je tu hadiah dari aku.
Ibu tak faham ibu, ini untuk masa depan Yara. Ibu.
Kamu terima. Selesai.
Sekolah Sultan Alam Shah has always been a great school in every sense of the term. Students are outstanding in their academics and co-curriculum, and many would consider Sekolah Sultan Alam Shah as one of the best schools. 2008 was the year when Alam Shah started integrating the use of Apple devices for students. Each student has iPad, which became a vital tool in every aspect of their lives. Resources are readily made available online, and studying becomes easier. Integrating the use of Apple products in a classroom setting enhances learning experiences and streamlines education process. On top of that, tools like FaceTime and collaborative apps such as Pages and Keynotes enable students and leaders to work together seamlessly, both in and out of the classroom.
Alam Shah has always been known for its consistent ongoing victories in various fields. Now, with the integration of Apple devices into our school's lifestyle, we have been able to attain new heights which would have been impossible in the past.
Apple allows us to integrate technology to the most sophisticated level in our daily lives, especially in the classroom. And we definitely live with Apple products and Apple hardware or software. We are given the freedom to explore the most innovative and creative ideas to enhance our daily lives and consequently our lives in general, as we prepare the students to face the challenging world with Apple.
Besides academic matters, Alam Shah also leaves a door open for students to explore their talents in classes, as well as various clubs and extracurricular activities made easily available for each student to participate. Besides allowing the students to exercise their imagination and creative spirit, the Apple devices that we integrate into our lifestyle are also given a chance to shine.
iPads has helped a student to achieve a better life at school. It helps with researching and saving information by using apps like Files, Keynotes, and many more. It has also helped them taking notes easier by using apps like Notes and Freeform. Apple has improvised our education level to a higher standard.
The graduates from the school can give an impact to the world, leaving it a better place than when they entered. The alumni of Alam Shah, known as Asas, are known to leave traces of glory wherever they offer their hand, whether it's stepping up as a political figure and strive to lead the world, offering their support to those in need, or simply returning their root at Alam Shah to share something with their successes. And the extra push that Apple devices offer only help to bring the students farther.
What do you think about this drawing?
Kalau Mia bagi tahu pun bukan mak kisah. Okeylah lepas ni Mia solat hari-hari.
你答应过我的，然后
Apa kau ni Man? Tak nak dengar bodoh.
Nampak kedai tu? Luar je biasa. Dalam dia.
உனக்கு மட்டும் எப்படி தெரியும் நீனும் சின்ன பையன் தான்
Esok Nik balik awal. Nik bawa ayah pergi klinik.
Poppy 啊，Come here.
我不无辜咩？我见你3只前，你3只都跑路。
Why are you trying so hard to help me? Everyone deserves a chance. Everyone.
Under the tree where the grass don't grow, we made a promise to never get old. You had a chance and you took it on me, and I made a promise that I couldn't keep. Heartbreak all over town, but something flipped like a switch when you came around, and I'm in pieces. Pick me up and put me together. These are the days we've been waiting for. On days like these, who could ask for more? Keep 'em coming, 'cause we're not done yet. These are the days we won't regret. These are the days we won't forget.
So, are you happier now?
Selamat pagi semua. Nama saya Nagaya.
Bukan! Tolong!
Could you at least tell me why?
Ya tak apa lah, aku simpan lah. Anggap je tu hadiah dari aku.
Ibu tak faham ibu, ini untuk masa depan Yara. Ibu.
Kamu terima. Selesai.
Sekolah Sultan Alam Shah has always been a great school in every sense of the term. Students are outstanding in their academics and co-curriculum, and many would consider Sekolah Sultan Alam Shah as one of the best schools in the 2008 was the year when Alam Shah started integrating the use of Apple devices for students. Each student has iPad, which became a vital tool in every aspect of their lives. Resources are readily made available online, and studying becomes much easier. Integrating the use of Apple products in a classroom setting enhances learning experiences and streamlines educational processes. On top of that, tools like FaceTime and collaborative as pages and keynotes enable students and leaders to work together seamlessly, both in and out of the classroom.
Alam Shah has always been known for its consistent ongoing victories in various fields. Now, with the integration of Apple devices into our school's lifestyle, we have been able to attain new heights which would have been impossible in the past.
Apple allows us to integrate technology to the most sophisticated level in our daily lives, especially in the classroom. And we definitely live with Apple products and Apple hardware or software. We are given the freedom to explore the most innovative and creative ideas to enhance our daily lives and consequently our lives in general, as we prepare the students to face the challenging world with Apple.
Besides academic matters, Alam Shah also leaves a door open for students to explore their talents in classes, as well as various clubs and extracurricular activities made easily available for each student to participate. Besides allowing the students to exercise their imagination and creative spirit, the Apple devices that we integrate into our lifestyle are also given a chance to shine.
iPads has helped a student to achieve a better life at school. It helps with researching and saving information by using apps like files, keynotes and many more. It has also helped them taking notes easier by using apps like Notes and Freeform. Apple has improvised our education level to a higher standard.
The graduates from the school can give an impact to the world, leaving it a better place than when they entered. The alumni of Alam Shah, known as Asas, are known to leave traces of glory wherever they offer their hand, whether it's stepping up as a political figure and strive to lead the world, offering their support to those in need, or simply returning their root at Alam Shah to share something with their successors. And the extra push that Apple devices offer only help to bring the students further.
Assalamu alaikum and salutations once again. And welcome back, my friend. I am sure we got our tummy filled and we are back energized for our third and final workshop for today. And I promise you, my friend, you do not want to miss this one. But before we continue, there is a friendly reminder that I like to do. Just I please kindly click that bright red button down below, the subscribe button, and please I highly encourage you all to go ahead and follow our IG, which is at SAS Techno Drama in the Instagram. Right? Now, have you ever wondered how do I make my videos pop with amazing effects and sound? Well, let me tell you something, buddy. This is where the magic happens. This workshop, editing cool effects and sound, will teach you how to enhance your videos with editing tools and add visual effects and design sound to your video and give your story a little extra professional touch, you know? And to guide us through it, we're thrilled to have not one, but two experts with us today. So I'd like to invite the first gentleman to the stage, Mr. Firdaus Hashim. For your information, Mr. Firdaus Hashim is an award-winning visual effects artist who has worked as a compositor at Rhythm and Hues Studio. Let me tell you something. This is one of the big names in the industry. He's also a lecturer of visual effects and compositing at Multimedia University and also a recipient of the Castro Next Gen Contentpreneur Award. So you are truly in good hands, buddy. So everyone, get your editing software ready, keep your notes close, and let's learn how to turn raw footage into spectacular videos. Without further ado, please welcome Mr. Firdaus Hashim. The floor is now yours.
Okay, all right. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much to Said for the warm welcome. My name is Mr. Firdaus, and I am one of the lecturers in MMU, and today I'm going to cover a topic about editing. All right. So as you guys may know, editing is one of the crucial part where the editors has to assemble all videos and together with sound to make one complete story so that the viewers will understand what's your story flow. All right. And then not only that, this is where the editors will put the sound effects, music, maybe text, title, visual effects, and even color grading for the finalized output. Okay. But for in our industry, there are a lot of softwares that the editors could use in order for them to complete their movies or film. But in this case, we are going to cover a topic in CapCut. All right. So why CapCut? Because right now it's a popular free video editor. And then also if you are watching a lot of content from YouTube, from TikToks or any social medias, most probably those contents were created using CapCut. All right. And then on top of that, the intuitive layout of the software is going to be actually quite easy for you, even for first timer, to use CapCut. And then also, the only thing that you have to know before you use CapCut, you have to switch on your internet because it is AI powered. So a lot of the effects are connected to internet. So you have to make sure that if you want to run the software smoothly, you have to turn on your internet. All right. All right. So for the software that we are going to use today is the desktop version, and then it is also available in mobile version. Right. In terms of the differences, it is not much. All right. Just that sometimes if you want to create a short content, then probably you can go for a mobile setup, all right, for the quick, maybe 15 seconds to 30 seconds or even to 1 minute content, then it's fine. You can use your mobile. But for longer version, for example, if you are doing short film, I think it's advisable to use the desktop version or laptop version because you are going to spend long hours using the software. So if you use the mobile, I think it's pretty much hard for you to concentrate. And then because it is when we talk about editing, it involves teamwork. All right. So if you have a machine, so it is easier for other teammates to look at your screen and share knowledge. All right. There will be a few topics in CapCut that I will be covering. All right. The first one is how you can import your media inside, and then um, the main key over here in using CapCut is that it is very easy to import your file. It's just like drag and drop. Not even your videos together with your sound, you can just import. Or everything is going to be drag and drop. Okay. On top of that, we have CapCut has free text, free stickers, all right, free transition for you to use. If you can go to the next slide. So what you can do with the text, it's customizable, easy access to vast library of fonts and colors, and animate text for dynamic on-screen graphics. So like I mentioned just now, you have, again, this is very important. You have to switch on your internet to use all of these effects inside. All right. If you are offline, the software is going to not work properly and sometimes might not work smoothly. And maybe if you're already inside the software and then if you already started editing, and then for maybe you switch off your laptop, for example, and then the other day you want to start continuing editing the video, if you forgot to switch on the internet, then some files or some effects might be having an error. So just make sure that you switch on your internet back so that it will be linked together again. Okay. So next slide. So yeah. So over here, there will be two parts of session. The first one will be covered by me. So I'm going to uh, show you guys the layout of the software and how things going to be on which part is which, right? What are the tools that you can use? For example, like how to trim your videos and how to split your footage and how you can merge your clips, all right? And then the second part is going to be covered by my colleague, Mr. Azlan. All right. So that is going to be in maybe in a few minutes. He will be covering a lot about how you can make your story flow, right, together with sound and also with maybe a little bit of color grading. So just make sure that you stick to the video until the end to know on how you can complete your video altogether. All right. All right. You can switch to the software. All right. So this is the software. When you, I believe some of the students over here probably are familiar with the software. All right. But I think some of you guys are probably quite new as well in here. So I have to explain everything in the beginning so that the beginners student that is the first time that you are using is going to be understand on what things going on over here. All right. So when you first opening up your software, so these are the four main layout that you will be covering. All right. We have three panels on top. All right. And then we have what we call it a timeline panel down below. All right. Let's go to the first one on the left. So this is we call it a page or panel where you can import your file simply by just dragging from your folder inside. I will show you in a minute. All right. And then all of the tools over here, for example, sound, media, audio, for example. All right. If I switch to text, stickers, effects are all available in this panel as well. Again, if you switch off your internet, these things will be not available, right? Just make sure that you switch on your internet. If you notice, in each of every thumbnails over here, there a small icon where you have to click that in order for you to download the effects that you want to use, all right? On top of that, we have captions, all right? If you type something, you can actually generate captions. We have filters. For example, if you want to make something like a beauty color correction by automatic, you can be done over here. Adjustments and AI avatar as well is available over here. All right. So let me just try and import a file. So this is my video. By simply just click and then drag the software inside. So everything will be here. Right, so all the clips will be here for you to edit. All right. I understand right now. Sometimes there might be a lot of clips that you have to filter out, but it is best while shooting, you can shoot everything so that at least you have the clips ready rather than you don't have enough clip to edit later on. Okay. So for example, over here, the second panel in the middle, if you click one of this video, all right, for example, this one, so you can view your video in the middle clip or the middle panel over here, right? In each and every video that you click, you can preview it over here before you can start editing. All right. And then if you notice on the right side, so those are all the details that has been captured from your camera, right? For example, if you shoot your phone, and then if you shoot at 30 frames per second, so all of your information is going to be available over here. All right. And then even, for example, if you cannot remember where is the location of the video inside your computer, you can double check over here as well in the path section over here. All right. And then, for example, if you want to use this clip for your editing, so what you can do is you can just click and drag to the timeline. So your new timeline is going to be automatically visible over here. So these are the clips where you can start editing. For example, if I want to add more clips, I can just click and drag, click and drag. All right. So those are the things that you can do. It's just simply by clicking and dragging your stuff inside the timeline. All right. Not only videos, you can also import sound inside. For example, over here, I have a music folder. So if I click that, I have a one sound over here. If I click and drag, I have a so what we call it differentiate between video and also audio. So same thing, if I click and drag it down below, it will create another layer just for the audio. All right, so you cannot mix the audio and video together in the same layer, so it has to be separated. All right, so over here, if I play, the sound should be there together with the video. Right. So that's that. So I'm just going to delete this first. In order for you to delete the video, you can just press delete on your keyboard. Okay. All right. So now you understand the layout of the software. So, but let's just go a little bit inside in terms of the tools which is available over here, which is very important. All right. So the first one is the move tool. All right. Or it is called select tool. If you click that, you are able to move your clip left and right, up or down. Okay. And then the second one, if you click and roll over, you have split. So this is very important. For example, if you want to make the clip shorter, all right? I am just going to click split, and then I will browse my timeline, and I am going to cut maybe somewhere over here. So in that section, you could notice that if I scroll my mouse, you could see there are dotted lines over there. So it means that if you click there, so now I have two clips coming from the same one clip. All right. So this is what we call split. So you can split one clip into other clips. So this is very important. For example, if you want to add one more video in between, for example, I add one video in between. You show the first part over here, and then you show a different part, and then you continue with the same video, right? So those are the things that you can do as well in editing. I'm just going to delete this and delete. And then other than that, I think Mr. Alan is going to cover later on. The other part is this undo button. Okay. For example, if I cut this a few split over here, and then you think that it is a little bit too much, and then if you want to undo, you can just click the arrow. It will undo your steps, or you can press Ctrl Z if you are using Windows, or you can press Command Z if you are using Mac. Okay. So now I am going to select one tool that which very powerful, and it is AI generated, is on how you can remove some section in the video. For example, right now I have a text, all right, that I am going to use. Just going to use the default text over here, and I am planning to put the text behind the person. How do I do that? All right. In the traditional way, it is very hard to do, where you have to do masking in each and every frame. So right, for example, if you shoot 30 frames per second, so basically you have to cut and paste for 30 times, right? Just for 1 second. But in this CapCut, you can click the clip that you want to remove the background. So you can click this tool on the right. If I press remove BG and click auto removal, and then it will start processing. You can see that there are some percentage where it will be processing that step. And now all the background has been removed. Okay. So over here, I'm going to put this, maybe I'm just going to Control C to copy the video, and then Control V to copy the video. And this one I'm going to remain the same. All right. And then this one I will put in the middle, and this one will, sorry, just going to delete this. Right, it's going to take some time. I have to rearrange, because right now you are going to use the remove background to put it on top of your layer. All right, so it has to be on top. Right now it is linked together. I'm going to put on top. All right, so now you have the text behind the person. All right, so this is as easy as that. Within few minutes, you can just keep the tedious process by just clicking some stuff inside. Okay. Okay, I have a question over here where the question is CapCut really free, or there is a hidden charges? Okay, all right. So CapCut, it is totally free, but if you need some extra features, you have to subscribe to them as a pro user. All right. If you notice in my software, there is a there is a button called Pro with a diamond. Okay, so that is only available, and even some effects over here. If you notice that in the thumbnail, if there is a diamond icon, so it means that you cannot use it for free. So you have to subscribe. Okay. Um, okay, I think that is all from my part. Is there any more question before I move to my colleague over here? Any more question for me before I move to my colleague so that he can explain a little bit more better on how you can combine and edit the video together with the sound? Is there any other software that is free? Yes, there are a lot actually. You have InShot, and then even the professional one. I think the previous speakers talk about the Blackmagic camera and Blackmagic software. So that is also free for you to use. And then also for Blackmagic, there are two versions, all right, which is the free one and also the what you call it, the pro version. But in terms of the differences, very very little. All right, if you go to blackmagiccamera.com and then you can just register your name with your email, and then you can just download for free. I think that free version could last longer until you graduate in your university, I would say. Can you do color grading in CapCut? Yes, we can do it in CapCut. There are few filters and there are some areas that you can click, and there is what you call it, a HSL, where you can adjust a specific amount of color. All right, so you can adjust the exposure, you can adjust your brightness and contrast, and then also on top of that, you can actually download some color filters, custom filters. You can import over here, and then you can use that custom filters also. Okay. And then the other question is it easy to use DaVinci? I think for first timers, probably a little bit hard because there are a lot of tools. Okay, because that is a professional software that has been used by the professional editors. Especially if you want to do the color grading, it's a little bit technical because it is not a layer-based software, and because it is a node-based software. All right. But I think if you really into editing, so these are some of the softwares that you can look into for your future endeavor, I would say. Sorry. Any more question for me? Calling once. Can CapCut desktop edit with video I shoot using smartphone? Yes, you can. Same thing. After you shoot with your phone, you can import or transfer your videos from your phone onto your computer, and then you can just simply drag and drop over here as well. No, shouldn't be a problem. And I have tested, so it works. How do I add subtitles automatically? Yes, there is a filter over here, subtitle. But before you can use the subtitle, you have to have the audio. All right, for the audio, or if you have custom one, you can type your caption over here. You can type even if you are speaking Chinese, you can type Chinese. All right, you can type any other language which is available over here, AI powered, and then if you click generate, so it will generate a caption for you. All right, all tools or all effects, even free sounds, are all available over here. If I click in every part over here, even it is free. For example, you want to do some set scene. If I click set over here, so the set sound has been grouped together over here. So it is categorized that way for the users to use. So it's pretty much easier. for you to do that. All right. Any more question for me? Okay, so for this next question, how do I make my video look like a movie? Got filters. I think this one will be covered by my colleague later on how you can color grade your videos. But like I mentioned earlier, there are tons of, we call it LUT or lookup table. It is, you can spell it as LUT, LUT. There are a lot of free ones. It's a template or filter color. You can just drag and drop your color inside. For example, over here, inside this adjustment, all right, adjustment inside LUT. So after you have downloaded your file, the LUT file or your custom filters, you can just import it over here and then you can just drag and drop to your clip. So it will easy as that. Right? Watermark, I don't think you will be having watermark, but I think yes, at the end of the video, there might be a CapCut logo, but I think you can customize to remove that as well. But there will be no copyright or no logo of CapCut inside your video, all right? If there is, that is only at the end of the video where you can include, or if you don't want to include, you can just remove it. But is there any way to get Pro for a cheaper price? I think for this one, I'm not quite sure. But from time to time, I believe CapCut might be giving some promos. All right, so I think you have to look up for their promos in order for you to get a cheaper price. Or if you are a student, most probably you will get a special price for education purposes. What if I accidentally delete your video? Okay, if you deleted your video inside your desktop, then you can double check your recycle bin. If there is still inside, then you can restore it. But if you delete this your video inside your CapCut, you can just drag and drop back. Shouldn't be a problem. But if you delete it on your desktop and that is not available in your recycle bin, you double check your phone or camera whether you still have that file. And then you have to transfer again. But still, if you couldn't find the file, unfortunately, you have to go for a reshoot lah. Okay, all right. I think that is all from my part. So can we switch to the slide? So after this, the second part, we will be introducing some steps and tips and tricks for you to get your video better. All right, including putting a sound and also color correction. And the session will be conducted by my colleague, all right, Mr. Alan. So he has a lot of experience in visual effects as well. And then he is one of the practitioners in Multimedia University teaching visual effects. So he is very familiar with editing. So whatever question and whatever knowledge that he can share to you later on, all right, just make sure that you stick until the end. And then if you have any more questions, he is more than happy to answer your further question later on. All right, I invite you, Mr. Azlan, to continue with the session. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, hi, hello guys. Good afternoon. My name is Azlan.
I'll be continuing whatever that have been taught by Mr. Fidaus just now. Hopefully you guys are clear about the software. So today I'll continue with a little bit technical, I would say. Don't worry, I'll try to make it as simple as possible. Don't be afraid with the software, it's just a software. Okay, so I'll start with the fresh file. Okay, so before that, let's run through all the slides. I think I'm gonna just go through with the slides and then we move on to the software, right? So I don't wanna you guys are confused. We are going back and forth with the slides, right? Okay, I'll covering the assemble part. Okay, so mastering the timeline. So within this software, all right, whatever shot that you have on your phones, whatever footage that you have, right? This is a software. It's a tool where you assemble all the elements, sound, footage, effect, or text, right? Where you need to compile all these things into a series, right? So that people can watch, like you watch content on Netflix, on YouTube, or even your phone, TikTok, right? Okay, so another thing is, I think the best thing about this software is you don't worry. I think just now someone asked about what if you accidentally delete. That is another thing. Another thing is the good thing is about this software is auto save, so you don't have to worry about if you forgot to save your file or maybe your software crash in the middle of editing. So you don't have to worry about that. This software it's have this feature, auto save feature. So you don't have to worry about missing your file or file corrupted or something. All right. And then can we go to the next slide? Okay, so I think my colleague just now already mentioned about adding filters and effects. So this software, I try to make your life easier, so don't worry. This software, it's everything is easy. I think you guys can just figure it out. I mean, try and error with the tools. Don't worry, don't be afraid with the tools. It's just the tools. Remember, okay? Effects, you can add the color, right? Like you watch movie on YouTube, maybe series on YouTube or Netflix. You can see a film kind of look. So you can have that in your footage. Don't worry, I'll teach you on how to do it. And then also you can get all the transition like a fade in, basic fade in and fade out, blur, blur effect. What else? Like a shiny flicker kind of effect, glitch, right? You can have it. I'll teach you on how to do it later. Can we go to the next slide? And then the next step is the audio, right? So the audio, I think audio is the biggest, I would say the biggest and important element in your in a visual. I mean, helping the visual to look more lively, right? If you have you can try to experiment by yourself, shooting a very sad moment, very sad scene, and then you putting the sad song. It will give you a lot more emotional, right? Really very sad. So if you using the same footage and try to put a comedy kind of audio, right? I think I'll believe it will look more weirder, I would say, right? If you put a happy or energetic audio, I think it'll give you a different kind of mood lah, right? So I will say this is really important when it comes to editing. Audio first, then a visual. That's how I edit in a fresh base kind of workflow, right? And then the footage. Okay, can we go to the next slide? Okay, so the end of after you finish all the editing, rearrange all the footage, the audio, the transition, the text, the color, right? And that is where you need to render out your footage, right? So within this software, you can render out with the free version. You can render out up to full HD. If you want to go higher than full HD, like 4K or 8K or 6K, I believe you need to subscribe to their their software, right? And then this software, it's a full of preset, right? So you don't worry about how to get this, how to get that. Even the rendering process, you can render it separately, the audio and also the footage. Maybe you want to change something, so you can do it later, right? Lastly, can you go to the next slide? Some tips for your editing, right? Within this software, CapCut. So this software is really easy. You can just drag and drop, right? Really, really easy. I promise you. A lot of templates that you can use. You don't have to worry on how to start or how to get this kind of effect. So don't worry about that. Just drag and drop. Okay. And then thirdly is autosave. Don't worry about it if crash in the middle of the process. If you forgot to save, your suddenly your house blackout, no electric. So don't worry about that. It's autosave within a few minutes. Okay. And then it support. It has AI support. So a lot of AIs nowadays. A lot of AIs going on in our life. So you can use all these feature by using CapCut, right? Okay, so I think I'm just gonna move to the software and redo and start over again on how to edit, on how to start the process, the editing process, right? So this is the layout that I have. I think when you download it, you will having the same layout. Okay, this is CapCut desktop. Okay, so I think just now my colleague already show you on how to import. I'll just gonna repeat again. Okay, this is the footage that I have. I collected all in one folder, and you need to select all the footages and bring it to this bar. Okay, gonna do it again. Sorry, it's here already. Okay. All right. So this is all the footages in the folder. So it's currently in the software. Okay. So like I mentioned just now, I always start with a sound as a guide. Okay. So I have a one audio file here, which I will just drag and drop in the timeline. Okay. And you can just listen to it. Okay, it's about almost close to 15-second audio. Okay, so I'm just gonna rearrange on how do you rearrange this footage. Okay, so firstly, I will usually listen to the sound. Okay, so how I cut the sound. Okay, usually the sound that you have, I'll try to find the clue. You guys can hear the clue, right? Okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna find a footage. I think I'm just gonna drag this one and put it in a timeline. Okay. Right. So next one, I'll just gonna choose this one. Okay. But before that, this one. Okay. If you look at the timeline here, there's a lot of it's quite long. The footage is quite long. So I think you still remember on how to cut the clip short. you can just go to the split here, or you can just click this one, split. There's there's two sessions that you can execute that. One split over here, or you just click this button, this icon, and it just split. Okay. So to delete that, just press delete. Click click that footage clip, and then just click delete. Okay. Okay. So I'm just gonna drag this one and put it next to the clip. And this is the second bit. So I'm just gonna cut this over here and just delete this. The next one, I'm just gonna drag this one. I'm just gonna cut this. Next one, I'm just gonna get this. This one is quite long, so you gotta find a part where you want. Maybe I'm just gonna get it here and cut it here, starting here and there, and cut. So you don't need this one, so just delete and delete this one. Just bring it to the timeline, put it next to it. So next, I'm just gonna get this. Okay, cut it here. And cut it here. Okay. This one I don't want it. This one I don't want it. Just get rid of it. Put it next to the clip. So next, just gonna get this one. And this is quite long. I think I'm just gonna get this part until here and cut it. And select the one that you don't want, the part. This one, rearrange that. Okay, so another way to cut, or reframe or trim your shot, you can just shorten by dragging this clip. All right, so you just click the tip of it, the end of the shot, the clip, and just move it to the left. Okay. Next, I think lastly, I'm just gonna get this. Just gonna trim it short. And here. Okay. So when you play the whole thing, all right, so you have the flow, all right? You have the sequence already, all right? Okay. All right, so before I continue, I think we have a question here. How many layers can we have in CapCut? You can have how many you want, right? So for example, if I put it here, if I put it here, I drag one, I drag another one on top of it, and then I drag another one on top of it. I drag another one on top of it, another one, right? Maybe last one here. So you can have
how many, that you want. So, right? So, okay. Same goes to the audio, alright? You can stack the layers if you have multiple. For now, I only have here one. If you go to the audio just now, over here, if you drag and put it down, and again this one, if you put it and drag it down, so you can have how many layers, alright? So you can rearrange the layers, right? Hopefully that answer your question. I'm just gonna continue with the editing. So this is not the final yet, right? So I'm just gonna go through the sequence. Okay, right. So you have this. For example, this is the final that you want, right? So you agree with it. You're happy with it. So now it's time for you to do all the finishing part, right? So first thing, usually I'm not gonna show like straight away the footage. I'm just gonna do some kind of a transition, like a fade in transition. Okay. So how you do it is basically I think this part is quite a lot, right? This one is the most technical part, right? So if you click the clip individually, if you go to this part, properties on the right side, okay, if you scroll down, there's a lot of things that you can do. All right, this is all the tools that is provided by CapCut, right? You have the remove BG, you have mask, you have retouch, right? You have audio side, speed to speed up the footage. You have animation, you have adjust and AI, right? So let's go with the video first, right? So within this video, go to basic. Okay. Since just now, I mentioned about I want to have a transition, fade in transition, right? So it's either you go to transition where you can find a fade in or fade out by typing here fade in. You can just type in it, the effect that you want. You have black fade, split transition, retro, all these filter, right? All these transition that you can have it. I think if you look at the list properly, the one with the diamond icon over here on the top left screen, every single icon over there, there's a diamond, purple diamond in that icon. That means that effect, in order for you to use that effect, you need to purchase or to subscribe the package, right? You need to become a pro user. You need to basically subscribe to their service. Okay. If not, you can just use whatever that is not a non-diamond effect over here. I think as a start, I think it's enough for you to use and to do for your future project later for your competition. I think it's enough already for you to use. Okay, so to apply all these thing, you can just drag and drop. Okay, same goes to the effect over here. You can just find like a fade in, fade out. All right, same goes to the effect. You can just drag and drop the effect. Same goes to the diamond icon there. If you want to use that, you need to become a pro user. Okay. Any basic effect, I think it's free to use. Okay. So for example, fade in over here. It's fade in. The only thing I don't like with this effect, okay, I want to fade in higher. I want to have a fade in kind of effect, but the only thing is the fade in comes with the blurry kind of effect over here, which I don't want it. Okay. There's no such thing that, you can change over here in the settings on the right side. So I'm just gonna do it manually, right? So on how to do it, manually is by going to this blend, right? Click the footage and go to blend, okay, and just decrease or reduce the opacity over here, okay. So you want to start the video with black, okay. If you reduce the opacity, the footage become totally black, okay, and then cut to the next shot, which is you didn't adjust anything. So in order for you to fade in, you need to animate the keyframe, right? So now I have this in zero opacity. There's a button over here. There's like a square or circle button over here, which is the keyframe icon button. So you need to click that one, okay? So it will create a keyframe for you. And then go to the part where you need to reveal the footage and just increase the opacity. And the keyframe will be automatically added, okay? So when you play, you will have that kind of effect transition, okay? Okay, so I think we have a question over here. If many video is too long, will CapCut crash? It depends on the how big and what is the resolution of the footage. If it's in 4K or you shoot in 8K, I think it's might be crash your machine, but don't worry. Again, CapCut has the autosave feature, right? So you don't have to worry about if it keep crashing. But try to minimize and try to if just now in the media, the input media just now, if you look at the list over here, there's some of the shot that are used for the edit. There is some I'm not using it in edit. It will be best for you to filter out what shot that you totally don't want. If it's just totally black, definitely you're not gonna use that shot. Just delete it. You're not gonna use it in the software. So it might help you to solve that problem. Okay. Okay. So let's continue with the edit. Not done yet here. Okay. So the rest of it, I think it's okay already. Maybe some of the shot, was shot in slow mo. Especially this one. Okay. So for example, like this one, you don't want it to be in slow mo. You want it to be in a normal speed, or maybe you shoot it in normal speed, but you want it to be in a slow mo kind of shot. You can adjust the speed by going to the properties over here. You click that shot and go to speed, right? Speed currently is ×1 over here. You can make it ×2. It will be a lot faster than usual, right? Or it's gonna undo this, or this one, normal speed, but I want it to be in a slow-mo kind of shot. And it will become slow-mo, right? Just simply go to the settings here, speed, and change the speed, right? For now, I'm just gonna remain. Okay, so let's say I'm quite happy with it. Okay, with the edit, with the flow, with the sequence. Okay, so for example, I want to do some kind of like a final touch, which is I want a color grade. Okay, CapCut has this effect, full of effect over here, where you can choose, for example, like film. You want it to look like a film. You can just have it and by drag and drop to the timeline. Okay. and your footage will look differently. If I turn this off, okay. Okay, I forgot to mention about this. On the timeline over here, if you go to the left side, there's a eye icon over here, small eye icon, okay, where you can disable that layer, entire layer, right? So for example, like you don't want this film filter to be on your footage, you can just check or uncheck this one to disable, right? And you can just uncheck back. So to compare before and after, you can just disable this layer, and this is before, and when you enable back, and this is after. Okay. You can mix and match, right? So for example, you want to mix film with I don't know, this filter looks interesting. So I'll give you some kind of other mood on your footage. But okay, if you think it's too strong, you go to the right side on the property. For example, the second filter that I added just now, it's too strong and it's too orange. So you can just reduce the intensity of that filter by going to this intensity, just decrease or reduce the amount of it. Okay. Or maybe the first filter, you don't want it to be too much. You can just decrease it a bit. Okay. So if you disable this, this is before and this is after. Okay. So I think it would be best if you could try by your own, right? And try to apply all this effect on your, by your own. I think it will be interesting. Just play around. You can just add whatever filter. Just adding all the filter here. All these filter are not free. Some of it, you can just find the one that you like and try to apply to the footage, right? Okay, so lastly, let's say this is the one that you want to go for. You're happy with it, your friends happy with it, your team member happy with it, your teacher happy with it. So it's time for you to render. Okay, so how to render? Just go to the export over here on the top right side. Okay, click export and then give it a name. All right, always put a proper name. For example, like MMU CS demo. Okay, and then put anywhere that you like. Make sure it's easy to access to that. All right, always remember the location where you want to render your footage. And then this down here is quite important over here. Okay, video under video section over here, there's a resolution. This is the outcome of the footage. It's either you want it to be full HD or 2K, 4K, 8K. All right. For now, I'm just gonna stick with 720p because it's quite take some time if you run it in a real big resolution. Bitrate here, I think for now just leave it to recommended. Codec, it's H.264. I think just leave it. Format here, either you want it to be in MOV or MP4, doesn't matter. I think both format it's accessible in any devices. MP4 frame rate. Okay, frame rate. It depends on what setting that you set for your on your camera. Okay, if you set to 30 frames per second, just leave it to 30 frames per second. If it's in 25, just set it to 25. For now, I'm just gonna stick with 30 frames per second. Down here, it's in diamond. You cannot use that optical flow. If it's in free mode, if you subscribe, I think you can just turn it on. It will give you a smoother motion to your to your footage. And then down here, I think just let it be and then export. Okay, will take some time. And then there you go. Okay, open folder. And this is the footage. Okay. So I think that's pretty much about it from my side. I think I'm hoping that this lesson will benefit you for your future project competition. All right. Don't make it complex. This is not your enemy. This is your friends. CapCut will help you to solve your problems. There's a lot of tools that you can experiment. Feel free to explore. All right, try and error. That's the best lesson. Okay, and hope you enjoy your competition, your future project with your friends, and all the best to you guys. Okay. Before I end, do you have a question? Okay, I think we have question here. Okay, how do I make my video go super fast like time lapse style? Okay, there's two ways. One is within your phone. If you're shooting with your phone, if you have that feature in your phone, you can just set it to time lapse mode. If you don't know yet whether you're going to go with time lapse kind of effect or not, you always can do it in post production. You can just speed up the footage just I show you just now. Just go to the speed and increase whatever speed that you want, and it will look like a time lapse kind of effect. Hope that answer your question. What if I want the music to get louder and softer at different part? Okay, that's a good question. I think I missed that part. Okay, so again, let's get back to the software over here. If you notice on the layer, on the audio layer over here, right? If you click that, if you go to the properties menu over here, there's a volume over here. Okay. By default, it's set to 0 decibel dB over here. You just can decrease, okay, or increase. Okay. If you look at the layer properly, there's a wavelength over there, the one with the blue light color. If I decrease it, look closely, it will decrease the wave as well. Okay, so that is how you control your volume. How do I know which resolution to choose when I save my video? Okay, so like I showed just now, go to export. Okay, there's a section where it says resolution over here, and if you click that one, there's a few options that you can go. 720, 1080p, 2K resolution, 4K resolution, 8K resolution. So you can choose whatever output that you want. Okay. Is there any question? No question. Okay, we have question. Can I change my voice to sound like a robot or a monster? Okay, you can again go to the timeline. Go to the, for example, this is the layer that you want to change, right? Since I only have one layer over here, one audio, you can go to the voice changer over here, and there's a lot of presets. Okay. You can have like a echo, wispy, or maybe a character over here, chipmunk. You can have a chipmunk. For fuzzy male, kiddo, doll, bestie. There's a lot of preset you can choose, right? Can we put our own drawings or cartoon into the video? Yes, you can. Okay. Same step, same process. Just go to the file that you want. Maybe you find a file in your on Google's, and then you download it, and then you get that file on your folder, and then drag it here. So after you drag it here, for example, let's say if I have, let's say this one, for example, just drag and drop, and you will have that image on top of your footage. Okay, that's another question. Can I save my project and continue later, or need to finish all at once? Okay, you always can stop in the middle of a process and then continue tomorrow. You can do, or you want to finish it in one go. It's up to you. Yes, you can. Can I change my voice to sound like a robot? Okay, this is the question just now. Any more questions? Can I change the voice? That's a previous question. Any more question? Okay, I think another part that that is not covered here, which is, I think my colleague just now has mentioned about subtitle. Since this video is not coming with audio, I think I cannot demo that. But I think if, let's say, you have a kind of like a drama kind of footage or project comes with dialogue, I think you can just go to the caption over here and just import the file if you have one. If you don't have it, you can just always auto caption. You can set it to English or Chinese or Tamil or Malay, even Malay. Okay, and you can just generate it by using AI. Okay. Okay. There goes a question there. What is the difference between filter and an effect? Okay. So filter over here, I think my colleague just now mentioned about LUT, lookup table. That is a filter that you usually use. Just treat this like when you upload your photo on Instagram or any platform, it comes with filter, right? So it's something like color grading. It gives you a different kind of color tone into your footage. Okay, while effect is tools where you, for example, like you want to have some kind of like glitch kind of effect. So you can just get it under effect. Okay. So filter is for color grading, simplest way to explain. Effect is something like whatever effect that you want to be applied on your footage. Okay, like grain, glitch, flicker. Okay. Can I crop just one part of the video, like zoom into my face only? Yes, you can. Okay. So you can go to your footage again. For example, like this. Okay. For example, like this one. Okay. Just go to the footage over here. You can go to the properties over here. There's a scale over here. Okay. And of course, it comes with the keyframe. So click that one and click until the end. Drag your timeline until the end, and then scale it. It will remove your footage. Okay. To answer that, yes. Any question from you guys? Hopefully, is there a way to add fire magic effect? I believe there is a fire effect over here. Let me do searching the file. Okay. Okay, so if you look at the effect under effects, right? There's a fire over here, flame. You can have it on your timeline as well if you want to have it, or you can just drag and drop. Okay. Or maybe fire smoke. Or mace. Okay. That is fall under effect. Yes, you can get it under effect and just type whatever that you want and will come out, and then you can just drag and drop onto your timeline. Or maybe rain. You can just try it. It's raining. Okay. So any questions from you guys? Feel free to ask. Or maybe lightning. No more questions, please go back. Okay, all right. So I think that's it from me. Hopefully you are happy with our presentation today, and hopefully this will benefit you for your competition in future. Right? I think I'll call Said to get back on stage. Right? Thank you very much.
I bid to our wonderful Mr. Azlan and Mr. Firdaus for that informative yet interesting lecture. I feel like I've learned so many new things in this workshop, you know. To be honest with you, I've never used CapCut ever in my life. I mean, I've tried, but I haven't seemed to be able to master it. However, thanks to our Mr. Azlan and Mr. Firdaus just now, I am able to try out one or few things for me to make some my own videos in the future maybe. And I hope the same goes for everyone in the production of your videos. And once again, it is expected that everyone could apply what they've learned from our expert lecturers throughout all three workshops today, while at the same time complying with the rules and regulation as mentioned at the start of our workshop today. Unfortunately, my friends, all stories must come to an end, and I believe this is the end of our workshop today. Of course, there will be more workshops in the future, and a friendly reminder once more, do subscribe to the Multimedia University Malaysia channel. You could click the subscribe button down there. And of course, do follow our Instagram, which is at SAS Techno Drama. And if you have further inquiries, you can share it in the Telegram group. And you may be asking, how can I join the Telegram group? You can join the group or the channel via the link provided, and we'll try to answer as many questions as we can. Once again, thank you so much for being here today and for bringing your energy and creativity. You have so many questions. Keep your energy up. Okay? And yeah, thank you for attending this today's workshop of Alam Shah International Techno Drama Competition 2025. We can't wait to see the voice of the future come alive through your performance. All the best and see you in the future or in future workshops. Thank you so much.